Всім доброго ранку. Вітаємо вас в ефірі онлайн-практикуму з
Good
питань
morning,
сталого.
ladies and gentlemen. We're pleased to welcome you to our online practicum on the sustainable development on how to start your businesses sustainably. Our practicum has been organized with the EBRD initiative EU for Business isn't made of two modules. And I would like to remind you that we're working in English, Ukrainian, and Russian languages throughout our workshops, so you can choose the language that you would like to listen to. And I would like to tell you that Ukrainian language is broadcasted in the channel that is currently being called French. Sorry, but in some of the versions of Zoom, I don't have Ukrainian yet.
Good morning, white snowy morning, dear friends. My name is Yatsenko Olga. This is my colleague, Tatiana Stachovska. We are representing the company of Creoscope. We are the founders of the conference and the educational consulting platform of Creoscope. We're always inviting incredible speakers and design experts with the new senses and values, which of course we are sharing with them to show and to provide you with you and the market with the world knowledges, trends, experience, and expertise.
Року ми допомагаємо ринку
Starting from 2008, we are helping our markets to get design from their statical function to those amount of opportunities that are needed for the business use. All of our projects are supporting the representatives of the creative sphere to build up the culture of this company, generate the creative decisions and resolutions, and to use interdisciplinary approaches.
Creoscope is about design, diversity, multidisciplinary approach, and of course about the future. And design for us is the language, universal language, which we can speak and use to speak about everything. The way of thinking, aesthetics, the tools which can be used today and are efficient in business. During such events like today, with the help of our European and Ukrainian colleagues, together we are studying how to transfer global trends onto the local language and to use the tools of future thinking.
нашої сьогоднішньої події.
And the topic of our today's event, the sustainability in practice, is going to be dedicated to discussing the overall sustainability as a multidimensional term that includes almost all of the processes that are currently being held in our society, starting from the becoming plastic glass up to ethical behavior with your employees, starting from the method of supporting the sustainable methods for the developing of the company and amount of the measures to restore the balance on the planet. These notions have already become a significant part of our life and requires additional attention in businesses.
So to be a sustainable company today is not that easy in practice, but this is not just a trend or a fashion. This is a necessity. Business is stably developing when we have the development of the environment around it, when we have the careful attitude to the nature and we improve the quality for the nature. We need some rethinking according to the principles of sustainable development, both of the attitude towards business and consumption and each other, the world around you, our work, colleagues, nature, health, all of the components of our life.
І сучасні дизайнери сьогодні працюють
The modern designers are currently working in an interdisciplinary field and they can offer the businesses interesting tools for the successful approach to the sustainable development. For having been working in design sphere for a longest time, we have already know what kind of engines, what kind of influence and impact the design can have. And today you're going to learn how to use the forces of design for the development of sustainable businesses.
We will consider the transfer towards the sustainable development in practice and the role of design in this process. You will see the real cases, you will get some prompts how design can help you in the development of circular business models, how you can get to know to satisfy your needs, not to pose the threat for the opportunity of the future generations to satisfy their own needs.
базуються на принципах
How to create the projects that are being based on the sustainable development and circular economy basis, how to go into the economy cycle, how do you measure this concept with the existing materials and the new materials, how to make a cycle of consumption possible. Our today's cases will give us the benefits of the circular economies that give us the new opportunities for incomes, sustainable supply of materials, the growth of demand for certain services, and improving the relations with the clients.
In the interactive discussions with the speakers, we will consider your cases as well and your questions for the creation of the new business opportunities. In this way, we'll try to show, obviously, the options of the strategy of the thinking, which can be used even today for the beginning of the sustainable business in Ukraine.
Використовуйте можливість отримати багато
So please do use this opportunity to gain a lot of practical experience answering the question how from our speakers. And I would like to remind you that this project has been organized by the Cryoscope Agency, is being financed by European Union in the EU for Business initiative and is supported by EBRD. And right now we would like to pass the floor to our first speakers. Yes,
Yes,
our
our
work
practical morning is begun with Elena Rancevich and Tatiana Zhdanova, the founders of the incubator Placer. Placer is the incubator of the places. The author's methodology, the creation of sustainable models of business basing upon the individuality of the founders, the interests of the key stakeholders and territories. Olena
Olena Rancevich has been a co-founder of the Stockholm Studio and Placer, the consultant on the development of creative ideas. Stockholm Studio is a studio that we're currently based on. We're actually providing the broadcast from here. This is an intellectual co-living and the cultural center in Irpin, near Kiev. The main idea for this space is to become the place where the great stories are going to be born, when the creative collaboration and meetings are going to be held.
Tatiana Zhdanova is a specialist on marketing of places, the author of The Approach of Gravitation Marketing, the co-founder of Incubator of Places, Placer. So we invite you out to us, to the studio, and we are waiting for your presentation.
And our speakers are going to be joining us in our studio today. So please.
Ladies, the floor is yours.
цивилизованном обществе. Планета не
We will
резиновая.
begin with the problem in the civilized society. So this planet is can be very scarce, and the place it's not increasing. The free room is not increasing. That is why, together with Yelena and all of our neighbors, with the pain in our hearts, we can see how in our territories, in our cities, the construction, chaotic, without any policies, is developed, how the nice places are taken by businesses, which are not that well thought, not appropriately thought through as for the environment. That's why, together with Elena, we created the methodology of work with the places. We named it Method Placer, and this methodology helps the founders of the places to take their own decisions about their places, about their business, from the perspective of profitability and simultaneously social responsibility. We consider that today is the time to begin to create powerful, sustainable places with lots of sustainability when not a single crisis can break them. The places which will be sustainable for a long time and will attract the clients, the visitors, and the tourists. So as for the sustainability of the place, this is the responsibility of those who develop the places. This is the whole group of stakeholders. Those are the developers of the places, the founders of the places, the local administration, authors and co-authors, those who help to develop the concept of a new place. Those are the managing teams and, of course, designers and architects. The main part of Placer method is to be individuality driven. In this way, we are organizing the thinking of the founders of the places, for the places to take into account the personality of the founder, because the founder creates the place taking into account his own or her own abilities and principles and his own history. The second important principle is the people, planet, profit. It should be correspondent to the principles of sustainable development, and also we base upon the sources of the trends. We'll tell about that later in more details. So the aim of our method is to help to create the founders and their teams lively, strong places which can be multiplied. And for that, we can help the founders to develop and to take the main decisions, including the decisions about themselves, the readiness to create the place, the idea about this place, its business model in the dynamics, because the world is developing, the competitive arrangement and environment is not staying at the same place, and to help to prepare the package of the documents to attract investors. Besides that, it's interesting for us to involve investments and to attract investments. All of the layers in the place method, we work layer by layer, and they are interconnected with one logical thread. In this way, in each detail of the package of solutions about the place, there is something as a whole. In this package, we take into account the needs, the values of the founders and the team, the market, the audiences for whom this place has been created, who will be directly contacting with it or indirectly, the products which are generated by this place, messages, histories, metaphors, feelings, visual details, all of the processes, aims and results, all of that is sewn together in one thread. So to create a sustainable and strong place, we brought the main principles for our methodology. This is the comprehensive approach and boldness of those who help to develop the new places, adequacy offered to the time, to the market, to the local community, interests and trends. And this is the sequence of actions. But first of all, this is the deep drilling inside yourself and into the factor of the society. When we unite the sense of the personality with a new place, let's look at our methodology and this case, the case of our intellectual co-living Stockholm studio, which is located in Irpin. Today, we are located in the studio of this building. So, co-living is the house as a service, the place where the residents don't only share the territory but also the values. To create such a place, we need to understand the personality of the founder. The first stage of our method is the psychodiagnostics. I've also been tested to understand whether I'm doing the proper thing, whether I have the right to create new places and to help other people to do that. And psychodiagnostics showed me my deeper needs, for instance, to create the overall picture and to transform my dreams into the plans, to organize the people in the direction of the aim, to provide some experiments and to take non-standard solutions, to create the emotional comfortable places to unite people. As the case, as the example, those could be thematic hotels with their own story, or the places where we include the idea of development. Let's come back to the principles of care economy, that is sustainability as well. Care economy is the economy of the care about the planet. And the first principle is the following: invest into the others, the places, other service businesses. And first of all, we are speaking about the creation of the value for other, the customers, the clients, the society altogether. So for the business to be sustainable and successful, we need to create the valuable proposal showing the deeper proposal for the society and to be useful for the society. And only after that, the business begins to gain some profits. The second layer we're working on is the sense of the founder. What's his or her meta function? Which course, which aim the creator is serving for? In my case, this is to create some places for the development and the uniting of the personalities, and also I can help others to create ecosystem businesses. So the sense of my business is the place of the implementation of my needs. This is the place for the meeting of the intellectuals and the ground for the common art and experiments. And also, we were definitely developing not only the personality of the founder, but also those values, or I would say value pairs, which also can create the culture of the team, which creates the place. Because this could be a very small place, like the beauty salon or the mini hotel, and the bigger ones, like the university or the school and the whole city or the country. So it's very important to look at the cultural soil. We need to understand who is living here, who is working here. So those value pairs are the pairs of the polar states, which are forming the culture or the teams or the territories. So this is a kind of a connective tissue which provides the uh, overall character of the places, because we have the whole construction, the whole design of the place through that. The fifth moment we're working in is the environment. Helena has already mentioned the deeper drilling. Well, of course, we need to deeper drill into ourselves, because it's so important to implement the important needs for the sake of which we do create the place. This is the sense of the founder, but still we need to drill into the environment, because we don't construct our cities in the vacuum. So for it to happen, the most adequate thing is in the methodology to have the work of approximately 20 pairs of economic, political, and economic tensions which form the trends which we can see as a consequence. And through the pairs of polar tenses, we look through each place. And further on, we'll have an example how it looks like for each place to be sustainable in time and, of course, to be correspondent to the principles of the sustainable development. Let us consider one of the examples of these tension, for instance, of our building. So, locality and globality. In our building, we have the Slavic hospitality and Swedish philosophy of happiness. You can see this book Lagom on the picture, which can be located in each studio in our house, and it tells about this philosophy. This is a kind of an internal Bible. So we combine Slavic warmth and Nordic character, the secrets of happiness of the Scandinavian countries. So the local community and connectivity, interconnectivity into the international community of co-living partners and business associations. On the one hand, we are really nicely integrated into the communities of Bucha, Irpin, and we are communicating with local businesses and working for their interests. On the other hand, we are representing the international community of co-livings in Ukraine. In the interior, we use Ukrainian auto furnishing, which was done by our commission. We have the system of water cleansing EcoSoft. Those are water filters, which are, by the way, are produced in our town of Irpin. We've chosen the mattresses, which were manually fitted, and we also we did it consciously because we supported the local producer whose workshop is just 20 kilometers from our place. This is the shop logistics, the support of local business. And we also acquire the products from the local producers and manufacturers. In the interior, we do use imported eco materials because we failed to find it in Ukraine. The materials and technologies connected with the air cleaning and also the ceiling and walls working for our guests to feel comfort. There are several more layers. The sixth layer is so important, it's marketing. So each place, of course, needs to be unique. It must have very well developed marketing policies like the product, pricing, communication, sales, and we should form the own language of the brand, because we shouldn't speak only in English or German or French or Ukrainian, but the language of your customers, the core of your audience. So we are driving lots of attention to that. The seventh layer is very important as well. This is design, aesthetics, visual language, architecture, graphics, dress code, web design. All of that is incredibly important, including the announcements, which we can see in the places of common use. The eighth layer is the team. The team is also chosen with the help of psychodiagnosis as well, and for the team to be able to implement the idea of the founder, which is moving the whole process on. The ninth layer is finance. It's not a secret that the entrepreneur type is not that calculator. The entrepreneur, it's important for the entrepreneur to create something, to change something. The entrepreneur is working more in the creative than financial. But still, in the method placer, we have a specialist, an expert who helps us to calculate the business model and to make this place sustainable from the perspective of the finance. The 10th layer are the processes. Which processes are taking place within the place? We're inviting the lean experts for that, for them together with the team to work on the description of the processes, which can seriously save time, money, attention of the people, and they can help to cheapen the product without the loss in the quality. And the 11th layer is pitching. Your own place should be presented both by the investor and the guests and the users and the local community. Let us consider the entirety, looking at the audience we are now situated in. Taking the area of only 77 square meters, this hall is working as an active space for the conduction of business sessions, for the parties. Could be the dance floor or the playground for yoga retreat, the culinary studio, the restaurant, or even a house. In the same space, we can combine lots of functions. On the architectural design project, we were working together with the representative of the Alliance Active House, Alexander Kucheriavy. I took his book on sustainism, sustainable development, because Sasha is well, the preacher of this, right? And so we were trying to use the basics of this approach in the creation of buildings. There is the scenario of lighting and of the climate. There's lots of natural light which saves electrical energy. The main color emphasis is the edible floor. This is the floor which is done on the linen fiber and oil. It's totally biodegradable. So, for our business, we've chosen two sustainable development goals. The first one is the development of cities and settlements. We really would like for our 100,000 population town to be an independent from the capital one. For the residents of this city to be able to meet during the cultural events, to provide partnerships, to get acquainted with each other, to be friends with each other, and to work in their city. The 17th goal is the partnership in the interests of the sustainable development. So let's begin with the 17th goal. To think through the partnership, we've defined for ourselves several stakeholders. Those are the stakeholders which to this or that extent can impact the development of our business, and we are also impacting the state of these people or their businesses. So we are codependent. It is working like an ecosystem of connected groups. And this group includes both local inhabitants, local business, authorities, media platforms, tourists, both Ukrainian and foreign ones, key segment with people who are coming to have some relaxation here or for such a kind of a vacation, that is work plus vacation, cultural and intellectual projects, business communities, the manufacturers of goods and services, and of course the planet. The planet is becoming one of the main stakeholders recently, and we should definitely take into account its interests. So, having defined our stakeholders, we have defined the whole series of partnership projects. Last year, I've become an ambassador of the International Association of Co-Live in Ukraine, and I'm developing this format and help to the founders of other co-livings to create the sustainable business properly in the interests of the planet and the society. This is the common project with the MP. We've created the first bicycle route through the tourist paths of Irpin, and we got acquainted the Kiev inhabitants 3 times with our wonderful resort town. And this was with the common projects together with the philosophy camp, think camp. We've got the sessions of thinking during the summertime. We are also working as the platform for the creative experiments, and we are cooperating with the project of European Design Upgrade. And Speaking about the 11th Sustainable Development Goal of the cities, I'd like to emphasize that we are creating the working space for the inhabitants of our city, and this is how we decrease the load on the roads, the CO2 emissions, and of course we allow to work in the more efficient way in the nature, and we create the place for the communication and getting acquainted of local inhabitants with each other, with also conducting cultural and business events, cinema evenings, culinary evenings, different experiments, markets of local manufacturers, and we try to make everyone friends with each other in our region and to create reasons for communication. Besides that, the method placer is always striving to communicate with the local activists, and we are inviting to our studio Anna Strachowska, the founder and the head of the project of the platform of social projects Big City.
Добрий день. Так, нормально? Я би хотіла вам подякувати за
I really
запрошення.
wanted to thank you for invitation. Yes, I am the author of the platform of the social projects that has been already implementing the social project for almost 2 years in our region. I am also the representative of the media businesses, and in my opinion, for what I have seen, I have overseen all of the projects, processes here. I have been born here, I'm working here, and I live here. And what I believe, what is currently we're lacking, we do not have this integral development of the region. So I really would like to ask the authors of the methodology, in your opinion, how should the development of the territory should start with? What is the horizon of planning, and who should make this team that will make the strategy?
Thank you for the question, Anna. I will take this word of role, to use it, and the executive branch of power. During the 21st century, the world power seems to be inadequate already, and maybe it's better to rephrase the term power, but to say the word of administration. What's the role of the city administration and the local business in the sustainable development of the cities? For more than 10 years, we are observing how our cities are developing. And we can see that if there is a certain gradual development, it's always the initiator of the local business, the initiative of the local business, because especially from the recurrent hospitality, especially hoteliers and restaurants. It used to be in Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk. It is happening in Poltava now, in Odessa, and in Chernigiv. So those are cities with a nice tourist potential, and the local businesses are interested. They are not bored with that. They find their own self-development in that. So the local business is initiating some development of the cities. Still, the most successful experience of such initiatives is taking place when the local business is cooperating with the local administration. When the local administration, as the partners, are listening to the business, listening to them and help them to form the policies from that. We have some bad situation with the politics. I don't mean only politicians, but I mean policies about the cities. So in our opinion, the optimal role of the local administrations is the coordination and legislative role when the local administration supports the local business to create the vision of the development of the city, the policy, for instance, the city building, the investment policy of the building, educational, cultural policy, and this policy is becoming legitimate with the help of the common development with the businesses and local inhabitants, and it makes it a law. What do I mean? That is, to document it in the legislative acts and to stick to it, to provide it. Otherwise, we will never have something different from this feudal way of management. Otherwise, we'll never have decentralization, which is really needed by everyone.
Я також знаю, що у нас
Thank you for your answer, and I know that we already have the international experts joining us us as well. So maybe if you would like to have the questions to them as well, because it would be really interesting for us to know as well, how do you find the financial support? How do you find the money for the development, for the strategies of the
Good
development?
morning.
And can you, what are the examples of different financial schemes? So either these projects are financed for the budget, or do you have any alternative ways of finding budgets and finances for that?
Actually, I would like first thank the speakers, and the presentation was very interesting. I actually found the methodology and the explanation of different layers of how you actually see, let's say, working, co-working, co-living environments very interesting. And I also could make an analogy with the Dutch Design Foundation and with in the Netherlands, because personally, as a designer, I work since 5 years in Eindhoven. And what I see that the organizations such as Dutch Design Foundation, they took this role for themselves, let's say, to guide designers and guide, let's say, creative process into the city. So this organization sees a very strong, let's say, role of creative capabilities. So they decided that they give designers and creative entrepreneurs possibility to develop their business, develop their ideas, and what the Dutch Design Foundation in their role is to create the right contacts, create the right audience, and also create, let's say, a clear translation of the ideas of designers to the governments, to the businesses as well, because it's not always very obvious the way how designers think, and their ideas is not always, let's say, on the surface. And therefore, I think that the function of a government also, now I will use the words of the director of Dutch Design Foundation, is to find the legislation. So to really to bring these ideas of designers, of creative entrepreneurs, and to make it legitimate. And also to make sure, for example, that these ideas could find a scale. Because just to have a government on the side, it's one thing, but it's also very important to have other stakeholders, such as industries, such as big, let's say, companies, factories, manufacturers. And only these three together could make like a real things happening. So start a small project, let's say small scale projects, and turn them into something big. So I think that the starting point is to give really creative audience, creative thinkers space and possibility to develop their ideas, and give them freedom, let's say, and also listen to them and be able also to translate these ideas and to guide their creative process, and make sure that these, let's say, thoughts and ideas would be possible to explain also to governments, to companies, etc., etc. So that's what Dutch Design Foundation is doing on the daily basis, let's say yearly basis.
Дякую за відповідь.
I hope it was clear, because otherwise maybe with some other guiding questions I could make, let's say, the answer a bit more towards different aspects. It's quite complex.
Дарья, а вы могли бы привести конкретные
Daria, could you show certain examples of the implementation of creative ideas in Eindhoven, how it happened and who took part?
Like, for example, since a couple of years, Dutch Design Week grows so much in scale of event in the Netherlands, so that there was a decision to create embassies, so that they create an embassy of healthcare, embassy of mobility, embassy rethinking plastic, for example, if we are talking about the ecological problems, embassy of social design. And this embassy includes different stakeholders and different companies. And these are, let's say, an actual projects that they initiate. For example, for embassy of water, because the Netherlands is a country which is very much dependent on the levels of water, they invite different partners to participate in the project, and from the governmental side, from the companies who actually necessarily connected with the water management in the city. And then they ask like an open call for designers who are working in that field to create a specific case. If I can name some projects, there was 2019, the Embassy of Sustainability, and they presented a pavilion which is completely biodegradable. So the government wanted to explore the possibilities of building the cities from materials which are nowadays are very emerging and developing. And then they invited designers such as T.F. Wijnhoven, I think that like a bigger companies, universities like TNO, it's a research university in the Netherlands. And then together they made them possibility in this couple of months to develop this idea and show it to the city as a one-to-one scale prototype to show within this week how it works, and make also social so that the public to be known to this idea, let's say, to understand how it works and to make it tangible. So that's, let's say, one of the examples. So within the embassies, there are more projects like these, open calls, which are also made together with the governments and with the companies. So the company, for example, is saying, we have problematic and this, how can we solve it? And then there's Design Foundation trying to create right connections and develop right connections with designers, with other companies, to try to make emerging, let's say, thinking sessions and to see how they can develop the ideas further. So it's really like now since 2 years, and usually these projects are ongoing all year long, but then Design Week is an event where these projects are presented. And that's, I think, also very nice to make this process of innovation and developing the city visible to public as an event.
Если можно, последний вопрос.
If I may, the last question to you. There are some creative solutions which can fill the gap of the deficit or take away some problem, but there are creative city.
But to be honest, I don't know. Do you see this, let's say, overproducing and over making as a positive thing, if I may ask? Because I don't know if that was a positive tendency or negative.
Да, я имею в виду не...
Well, I mean not the production over the norm, not overconsumption, but the surface of amazement of something new.
I would say from designer perspective, because I'm in this event since many years, it starts to become very overwhelming. And I think because the event is now take place for 1 week, and it gets a bit too much. Also knowing now the regulations with the restrictions, for example, with COVID, it's just impossible to manage such a big amount of people in such a small city for a week. And that's why I think the idea of the embassies was created, so that they all year long, they try to make public, let's say, surprised of the different happenings in the city, different projects, and make this communication visible. So I think it's also the transition which actually starts happening this year, because before it was just growing, but there is a limit at certain points. And I think that's why the decision to spread it gradually through the year is much more wise, and also much more understandable, I think, for public, because they are also not able to absorb everything in such a short period of time.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Дар'я, я би дуже вам подякувати за всю інформацію.
Daria, thank you very much for your answers and for the information you provided. Unfortunately, we do not have a lot of time, and I would like to ask our organizers to organize us as a separate panel discussion on sustainable cities and building sustainable cities, because I know that you're coming from Eindhoven, and Eindhoven is a city of design and innovation, and there's a lot of beautiful cases and ideas that you have. Maybe we could also discuss the visual part of it. So thank you very much for your impact.
Yes, sure. I would be very happy. Also today, I think our speakers, they are actual also Dutch designers who are working every day on different cases. And I think the speakers of today are very have a very interesting cases also as a small, let's say, producers, small entrepreneurs, and I think they will just also explain how is it to be a designer and make a business sustainable, because they can tell it from the first, let's say, place, and also maybe tell their experience of how do they experience Dutch Design Week and all this creative process in Eindhoven. Thank you.
Благодарим, и мы продолжаем.
Thank you, and we are going on with the research of the topic sustainable places together with their founders.
Спасибо, Placer.
Thank you, Placer. Thank you. We thank you, Lena, Tatiana. That was a remarkable presentation, an interesting tool, and a very nice case of Stockholm Studios, where we are now located, because here we don't have only the clever thought through points here of everything, but also we have here a very nice and hospitable place. It's pleasant to be here in the center, as it's always done. The design, the human is in the center, and everything is done for the human to be.
And I also would like to remind you, because of course we are now talking about people, about business, about a design, but I would like to remind you how important that is when all of the stakeholders, they are being a part of the process and they're integrated into this process overall. And we have, in this way, we have some certain results that we can feel, the palpable results basically, because the Netherlands has become the mainstream producers for us in how they collaborate with the cities, how they build up their cities. It's not a single resolution in their cities, not a single solution in the city is not being made without the engagement of a designer. So we know that designers they currently have the very important mission. They have to they have no right for a mistake. They have to consider all of the factors during rebuilding the cities. So this dialogue has to be held among all of the stakeholders and all of the actors.
Yes, the responsibility of the designer is really high, but not a single question in Eindhoven city is not solved without the designer. So the designer is always coming, not just with high heels shoes, but in the attire where he or she can provide the research comfortably, because this is the first thing, how the designer begins his or her work. And we are also have this kind of a creative attire today, because we had some new friends. This is an upcycle service, the fashion service of Garderobka, and they came to us today. So our images have been created by them, and we really like them, because for the creative people, it's so important to look in an unusual, creative way and to inspire themselves and the world around them.
And now we would like to invite our next speakers to join us. And we would like to join, we have already know that they have already joined us. So we would like to see them on their screen. We would like to see our friends on the screen.
We invite Oksana Gutsalenko on air and Vasily Karpinets, who are the representatives of the company and initiator of Techo Park project.
Хочу сказать, что такое Теко-парк.
But also I'd like to say what Techo Park is. This is the first in Ukraine expo center of the modern energy efficient of the renewable eco technologies, which is presented in the format of the exhibition.
immediately pass our mic. If we can ask you to unmute your microphone so we would hear you properly. And Oksana, I know that you have prepared a presentation, so please you can share your screen and show your presentation to us. We're looking forward to that.
Hello, everyone. I'm turning on. Do you see it? Yes, we do. Let's check it. Vasily, do you hear? So Vasily will be the one who begins. I will begin. Thank you so much. You were introduced us so nice. My name is Vasily Karpinets and Oksana Gusalenko is with me. We'd like to tell you about our project of TechnoPark. But before that, a couple of words about the company Initiator, which we represent. This is the company of TechCom. TechCom is the construction company which is for more than 30 years at the market of Ukraine. And we can tell about our substantial projects like the Lviv airport named after Danilo Galitsky, which was created for the Euro 2012, and Kiev Tsum, which is famous with its reconstruction. When everything was reconstructed from scratch, the facade was still the historic one. It's how it used to be. And also we've got lots of biggest shopping malls in Ukraine out of the latest. River Mall in Kiev, Retroville, so the list is really long. So during the recent years, when we were working, we could see the changes at the construction market into the more sustainable energy consumption. And especially we could see that in such projects like our recent projects, this is the Clinic of Oberig, the second turn. It's totally innovative and it uses, in its construction, it used the energy efficient solutions and the medical equipment. The second project in the residence sphere is the living complex signature, which used the projecting, and it's very important for them not only to think about that, but to implement that. Lots of construction solutions which were created for the energy efficiency and engineering technology, which should be energy efficient. And we can see all of that in the commercial sphere. So as for the deeper understanding, we do know that in the segment of the rural residence buildings, this culture of consumption is not there. There are only several people who deal with that, who understand what that is about. And the majority just don't understand it. So the company of Techcom decided to open their niche in their business, an additional niche, not only just to earn money, but to have some trace in the history of the creation of that in Ukraine. And the whole project, of course, I will give the floor to Oksana. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Oksana Gutsalenko. I'm the head on the connections with the society in this project. And at this picture, you can see that I am popularizing the energy efficient topic. So before I go on, I'd like to say a couple of words about the author of the architectural part of our project and some visualizations which I will be able to show you today. Dmitry Aranchi, his architectural workshop is the parametric about the algorithmic design and architecture. Yes, it sounds very sophisticated. So TechnoPark will be the first exhibition which is permanently acting on the topic of popularization of sustainable technologies with their demonstration of efficiency, energy efficient buildings. As Vasily has already said, we don't have the culture of the consumption of the residence buildings, and there is such a notion that we do understand that thanks to the education, we'll need to have such important message as savings, understanding of the environmental character and the help of the population of Ukraine. In comparison with whole Europe, this understanding is already at the level of the mentality, but we still have some room to grow and we have a very long educational way. So the most important components of this project of TechnoPark is the platform for the education on the territory of the exhibition. There will be the special platform and knowledge sharing, the main task of which is to make all of the stakeholders aware in the construction sphere the importance of the object with the maximum level of energy efficiency should be more numerous. As for the territory of the exhibition, we'll have several buildings which will demonstrate how we can use and should use the energy efficient sources of energy and different engineering systems and sustainable technologies. I'd like to mention so much with a huge block that how, in the context of 17 Sustainable Development Goals, our project is impacting these or those goals. Globally, we concern all of them, but I would definitely emphasize some of them. For instance, the fifth goal is gender equality. It's well known that in Ukraine, there are approximately 80% of the construction sphere are men. So we still have a very powerful stereotype, as well in other spheres, that construction sphere is not the women's thing. So at the territory of the exhibition of Techopark, there will be platforms which will be helping. With the help of the motivating and demonstration projects, we will tell how much, in fact, how many women are involved in the construction sphere in different positions. And this is how we'd like to motivate the younger generation of the younger ladies not to be afraid that if they're interested in the architectural sphere or engineering, they should do that and implement and realize their dreams in the construction sphere. The seventh goal is the accessible and clean energy. On the territory of the exhibition, there will be presented the interactive objects, which will show in different ways how it's working, what solar panel is and how it is working. And some of the buildings will be using just the alternative sources of energy, and they will be acting autonomously. We are planning to do it like this. The 12th goal is the provision of the rational models of consumption and manufacturing. Each of the objects, each of the subjects, and even the house has its own life cycle. So it's important for us to understand what's the material our building will be done with, how we use it, and how it is decomposed. So in the territory of the exhibition, there will be the proper understanding of that. The 13th goal is the fight with the climate change or its consequences, some urgent measures. Globally, the more green objects we have, with a higher level of energy efficiency, the fewer will be the harm for the environment. And our global ecological aim is like this. The 17th goal, partnership for the sake of the sustainable development of Techopark. This is the place where we unite all of the stakeholders in the construction sphere for the popularization of sustainable life and technologies. So concluding, I'd like to say that in spite of all of the complications in Ukraine, step by step, officially since 2017, when there was the first law on the creation of infrastructure of opportunities for the popularization of sustainable technologies adopted, we have planned since then to focus our attention on the low carbon development, the increase of energy efficiency and the creation of clean energy. It was pleasant to see recently, to read in the end of the last year, that the state, as the state agency on energy efficiency of Ukraine, is also doing the legislation for Ukraine in the Green Deal. Globally, Ukraine and Europe up to 2030, at the legislative level, we are obliged to decrease the consumption of energy to 30%. Well, it is very ambitious, but still for that we need to do something. Vasily, will you add anything? Because of that, we do understand that yes, to achieve such results, we need to provide lots of work. But still we understand that the state will begin with the commercial objects. And if it would be the residence, then it will be multi-storied. So with our project, we'd like to have a simultaneous course in the segment of private residence building. So at this stage, we've begun and started the search of the partners who would be interested to take part in this project. We have several proposals and suggestions in different segments. So that's it in a nutshell about our project. If you've got any questions, we'll definitely answer them. That's it from us. Hello, do you hear us? Are we still connected? I do hope you heard us all this time and saw us. So we can speak each other. Oh, I can see that we're still waiting. Yes.
Hello. Yeah, I would, if it's okay, I would speak English.
Окей.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, it's very beautiful representation of your space, of the new developments. And my question is, how do you see, for example, in this space, creative business? So how do you, let's say, how do you reach out for creative businesses to join you there? And is there like these initiatives also?
Могу я ответить? Ты меня
I
дополнишь?
can answer and you can add something. Yes, okay, let's do that. If we speak, well, in 2019, I've been to Eindhoven and I could see how the country is presenting its developments, how the students are showing their researches. So I'd really like that to have such platforms for that. We've got lots of space. And we'd like the Ukrainian students and artists to present their developments in the sustainable materials, which are connected with the construction, but with what also fills the building, not only from the outside, but from the inside. Because the interior is also the part of the building. We're not so speaking only about the system of the technology, the walls, the windows, but we'll connect it, the whole building. This is everything which it includes. We've got a very huge spectrum of what will be represented and how. We have a certain approximate vision how it can be done, but we need to gather together to provide the brainstorming and to create the calendar how and when can be presented.
Do you also plan to create like sort of a material library or some like kind of an overview of how the houses were made, what they're made of, and let's say all the contribution that you are make as a buyer of this house, let's say, how do you contribute to environment? Because I find it very interesting. Here you can see more examples of, for example, Circle in Amsterdam. It's a big banking building, let's say, an exposition center, where in the entrance you immediately see, let's say, how the building is operating. So if you talk about solar panels or, let's say, alternative energy sources, but also what is the building made of, like, for example, acoustic panels or what kind of wood is made. So I find it's very interesting also. And would you also be interested in implementing this kind of library and information board for public?
Если можно, я тогда отвечу.
Well, if I may, I could answer. Well, in fact, yes, there is such an aim, and I would say the whole project of ours, it is the library, because we've got lots of demonstrative buildings and houses which are selected in the way to show all of the existing technologies as much as possible which we can use for the creation of the buildings. This is the constructive peculiarities, the materials. And definitely there should be the history about all of these materials, how they were manufactured, the certificates and all the rest. Simultaneously, in all of those buildings, we are using the engineering systems which are creating for the alternative sources of energy, which can also be shown how they're working, what they provide, and is it worth using it? And altogether, our project is a big library already.
Super, very nice. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really curious also
Sorry,
to
у меня
visit you
есть
guys.
один момент, могу
I've got
дополнить.
one more point to add. For instance, so far, I cannot mention who, but one of our most active and first potential partners as the demo house will be, I do hope it will happen, this will be the first demonstrative passive house. So we plan to shoot the process of the implementation and creation of this building from scratch. It will be documented, and of course they will be able to look how all of that happened with the comments of the initiator, what was used, which materials and why, what's the difference between this and that, and also when this demo building will be built, not only with the help of this video, but also within our thematic seminars, we will get to know in more details how this building is done, with which technologies are used, why they are important. It is so important to show it in figures and in the long-term perspective, because we lack it as much.
I recommend you to look into a recent example from Design Week. It's a project called Exploded View, and it was a small exhibition, let's say, on the new ways of building, sustainable building, let's say, also new ways of energy, but also the way of the presentation, also talking about this innovative project. It could be very interesting for you guys also. It's called Exploded View. I think they also still published in Dutch Design Week website. So I found it's very nice relation projects also.
І також ми
Спасибо,
Спасибо.
записала.
Обязательно я тоже.
Thank you so
запишу.
much. We'll definitely noted that down.
Мы ждем вопросы в чат,
We
потому
are waiting for the questions in the chat because maybe we've got the guests who are such a manufacturers and producers and the bearers of information technologies from different spheres to take part in the future in this project. Are you ready to consider more and to take your company, some stakeholders open? So maybe some of our guests would like to pose a question: how to become a participant of such an exposition, expo center of the technologies of the future?
в чаті було
And I
питання.
see that we had a question in chat on where your project is located, what is the location of your exhibition city, and maybe you can tell us more about your plans for the future as well. Just help.
По поводу вопроса, где
As
находится
for the question where our park is situated at, the project is considered several locations now. So far, we cannot mention where exactly it will be located because there are certain conditions. So far, we haven't defined that. So this is the question of the very recent time, because we have some deals with several locations. We are now choosing out of those locations where we have the best conditions. So the project is really high scale. It's the global one, and it needs a huge amount of work for the launch. We understand that tomorrow we won't be able just to come to you
и
with the
погулять по
children
вашим
and to have a
павильонам.
walk along your pavilions. It will happen soon, but very soon in the future will happen, and you will be able to make us happy with that. As far as I understand, on the territory of the park, there will be lots of entertainment opportunities, so you will be able to spend time there in an interesting way and with some use, right? Yes, you're totally right. This is one of the peculiarities of ours in certain cases which exist in Europe and CIS. And I've got a very painful question for us, because we decided to create 2021 a year of collaborations, and Creoscope is searching for collaborations. It's open for cooperations. We know that the Ukrainians don't do that well in the cooperations in comparison with the Netherlands, where the cooperations are happening, in fact, every minute. And they are working, they bring some use for all of the participants. But I'd like to ask you about the collaborations. how do you create the relations at the market with different design experts, with CreaScope? Maybe the next practice and workshop on sustainable development will be conducted there already. The project Placer, which was presented before you, is also a very interesting incubator which could bring some businesses there who are only beginning their way towards the sustainable development. So did you think about that? Will you be able to become a place which will unite all of our experts from the sphere of construction, architecture, design, and you will be such a place of strength, I would say. I can say a couple of words and you will add, right? Okay. So globally, I will repeat a bit. And in my presentation, it was mentioned that this will be the place which unites all of the experts in the construction sphere. And in fact, I need to say it unites all of the specialists, which to this or that way are interested in the topic of construction, sustainable development, and the technologies in this sphere. So of course, we are open, totally open to any collaborations, but in more details, we will be able to understand how we can cooperate with different stakeholders after we define the location. Location, location, and location. This is the most important thing. And of course, we've got several more factors which can impact when we are able to have the more open and detailed negotiations about our aims. We've got long-term aims and goals, long-term projects, well, not maybe projects, but the understanding what it can lead to. But so far, unfortunately, I personally understand that we are not able to tell too much now. Maybe Vasily, can you add what we can add? How can we create this intrigue? Well, I can add that at our location, definitely, we've foreseen the zone where we can conduct similar and not only similar events, where everybody who's connected with the sustainable development can take part with the energy efficiency and all of that. Besides that, we are planning to have certain communities working with us. We wouldn't like to break those communities, but those communities should be united for them to become a one big, nice community, which will be fully using our project and take part in it. The services of our project, including, well, yes, the services and our buildings, our location for the conduction of the events.
I already see that we have some questions in the chat, some question from the audience.
What do you plan as entertainment in your park? Ну, питання перекликається з тими відповідями, які ви вже надавали, але ще
Ну,
така...
все же
So
интересно.
your answer is really corresponding
But
to what you
still,
have
it's
already
interesting
said.
whether you will have cafes. As I already mentioned, we've analyzed similar parks which exist in Europe, and something similar can be already in the CIS. So we instantly thought about the mentality of our people. Of course, when you get to our project, you can see too much of information at once, and it's impossible to catch everything at once. We definitely thought that the people should spend nice time in our park. We're not speaking about some concerts or anything like that. Altogether, we have some place to have relaxation, to have a snack, to have a stroll. So it's a kind of a friendly zone where we'll get lots of interesting and high quality info, but simultaneously not to overload people with this burden.
So that will be a project connected to overall education of the customers. What I mean, like with education and with teaching, in that way that I mean like not all of the potential users of this kind of the housing, they are aware of the advantages or aware of the materials that can already be used in our space. So this is something that has to constantly be communicated to a broader audience on a constant basis, because in my personal opinion, in my opinion, either what we have currently is that we have very narrow, let us put it this way, very narrow informational path, or the information is available only for the people who are working on this processes, who's really highly motivated or who's really connected to this sphere. So there's a very narrow informational field that is currently created. But to promote this way of living, in my opinion, we need a much broader communication coverage, a much broader communicational campaign with the help of exhibitions, trade shows, and I believe that it's a very powerful element, to show to the children, to the young people, to the seniors, how it works, in what way it works, because there's a lot of people, again, that's my opinion, but from what I have seen, there are many stereotypes. There are many stereotypes on the materials that, like we've used to build it with that way, or we used to live in that kind of life. And there is some certain level of distrust to new materials and technologies. And on the example of these new materials, what do you think? How we can fight that?
Well, I could answer, Vasily, you could add. Okay. So as for how we are going to bring this message, we have the understanding that we have different audience, so we segment it. We have the understanding that for different segmentation, we'll have our own unique formal tool for the awareness about this or that information. There is nothing secret. I will tell that the company which is already constructing it, there is one level for the education, the architects and engineers, they are going to the workshops and seminars, or they are visiting the lectures of one level, and the people who are just interested to buy the building and would like to understand the technology, to understand what's the myth, what's reality, and why this is good or bad, we have a different approach for them, a different type of education. So the first segment of B2B and the second segment is B2C. So there will be a certain segmentation there as well. And we'd like to say that we haven't forgotten about the families and households on the territory of the exhibition. It will be interesting to have an opportunity to get information not only for the adult experts and the people who would like to buy a building, but also for the little children. There will be something to do there, and they will be able to come deeper into this topic. So far, I can't tell about our ideas, but we haven't forgotten about that, including our smaller viewers. They will have an opportunities to study, to deepen into this topic and to study together.
По-перше, за таку
Well,
ініціативу.
thank you very much. Thank you very much for this initiative, first of all, because this is the initiative that is very inspiring for all of us. And we're really looking forward to the moment when we can come to your park and we can spend some time there. I can take a look at these new materials and start planning our future with that, start planning our future and spending our future in a different types of spaces and with a different kind of approaches used. And we have another comment in chat.
Очень интересно. Просто восхищаюсь
Very
вами.
interesting. I'm just admiring you. I'm planning to buy a land lot in the Carpathians and to create eco buildings there for the relaxation and the space for different events. But I do understand that the financial opportunities are scarce and limited. Maybe you will have some seminars and altogether information how we can find sponsors, because I would like to cooperate with you as well. Could you comment on that? Well, everybody needs sponsors. We too. Thank you for your comment. Well, we'll really have the seminars conducted. As Oksana has said, they will be different sometimes to improve the qualification of our existing architects who Well, I don't want to offend anyone because there are lots of architects who already know this topic, but still, there are other topics for the usual people who would like to invest something, but to do it properly, they will have their own seminars. First of all, how it should be done properly. Secondly, further on, not from the very beginning, but still we also planned the investment platforms where they would be able to find the investors for similar projects.
Ну що ж, дуже дякуємо вам. Як я
So
сказала,
thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to the opportunity to visit your park. And right now we're going to be presenting our next speakers. So thank you very much for your time, for your participation. Thank you very much. See you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, our dear guests, for their activity in the chats, for the questions that you came today to this practice workshop. And now we're coming to our next participants. It's so pleasant to introduce them now. Those are Yulia Shevchenko and Katerina Beslik. Just a moment, we'd like to tell about you. They're the co-founder of the fashion service Garderobka. They're working in fashion sphere for a long time, and they know which negative impact has the manufacturing of clothes onto our environment. The changes for the sustainability is in the fashion, and it's possible and they are necessary today. Moreover, in the future, it may help not only to form the positive image for the brands, but as a consequence, they will be able to increase their turnover and the sales.
Yes, they speak about the consumption, but conscious consumptions and conscious buys, it's when you're not throwing away the already used apparel, but you're giving it a second life. So right now, there was not that much important to buy a specific thing and receive specific thing or a service. So right now, each of the products, they're becoming a service. People do not want to own objects anymore, but they want to be provided with a certain service in the fashion sphere as well.
Are we today? We just got this service and we are now the bearers and the carriers of those upcycled images, because Garderobka, first of all, is the service for the creation of the unique images for totally different tasks of the customer at the intersection of art and fashion for the representatives of the creative businesses and designers and artists, creative managers, how we are, and everybody who considers themselves to be like that and open for everything new to the experiments likes fashion and researches the future. Every human being is born with the light in his or her soul and the creative individual resource. So for you, our dear Garderobka is developing the collections of upcycling and customizable clothes, creating and stylizing the images which cannot be repeated and iterated for those who don't want to look like everyone.
And the main peculiarity of their duo is that the two of them, Yulia and Katerina, has engaged their interdisciplinary experience. Katya is the closest apparel designer, and the third designer, she likes complex shapes and different collections for these film sets. Yulia knows the trend sets, they know the future trends. She loves digitalization and she likes to work with personalities. She likes to work with individual buyers to structure the business processes and develop the independent approach.
Yes, this is the wonderful tandem how we have with you. So we can speak a lot about them and to show you our suits and dresses. We have become their clients already, but it's much better to give the floor to the creators of the brand of sustainable fashion Garderobka, and it's much better to invite them to our studio. Please, we invite you here. Would you join us here?
Invite you to join us.
Hello,
Good day.
this is the clicker for you. Is it working? Perfect. Hello, our names are Katya Beslik and Yulia Shevchenko. We are the founders of the service Garderobka. This is the space for the creation of the images in the style of art fashion, stylization of the shootings. We also deal with the personal style. Garderobka altogether is the sub-personality. It likes to create stories. It has its own opinion, and we, as its part, are for more than 5 years in the fashion, so we like our main values are, well, of course, the uniqueness and the environmental green approach. Garderobka brings those values into the masses. One of our main and favorite things is upcycling, of course. Upcycling is to provide new life to the old belongings. That is, when our grannies used to deal with similar things, right? They resewn some of the things, but still there is a very subtle difference between different things. When we redo something, we rethink it, and we introduce our own concept into the development. And this is how we invest the creative beginning of ours into each of the belongings, each of the things. We, as the designers of clothes, this is how we are working. So this is how we create the new form and the value for the things. That is why the price and the significance of every belonging is increasing several times.
Мы работаем в двух
We are
направлениях.
working in the two trends as the designers, so we are creating many collections according to our creative vision, and also we are working with the individual customers as a design studio. So we are creating belongings according to the commission of the customer, and also in Garderobka we take the older things from the people who just have them dusted on the shelves, and they don't know what to do with them. Such things are taken, we clean them and upcycle them, and then we rent them for the shootings or for the temporary use, supporting the economy of common consumption. So how do we create a collection? We create both mini collections and separate samples. The first stage for the creation of the collection is the idea and the concept, which is the most simple for us in our conditions. We create the mood board, we collect it, and after that we work together with it. In the case of the soul samples, we are also using separate belongings which we have. Then we go for the raw material. The materials which we use, they're mostly ready. They're ready stocks, outlets, belongings, and sometimes we have the gifts from our friends or the clients. As for the fabrics, we take them from the different acquaintances and friends, or maybe we use them from the previous projects. Well, because not every belonging can be transformed into upcycling, so we take everything looking at its material, the quality of the fabric. We use the natural materials, and also we have some of the mixtures. And of course, for us, the main thing in the choice of the clothes is the structure of it. It's really nice when the thing has the certain classic, laconic silhouette. This could be the male jacket or the shirt, some trenches or overcoats. And of course, the color. If we look at the collection, if the palette is so important. one of our zests is that we invent some names and stories for those things. This could be just one moment association or how this belonging was created. For instance, this is the jacket Blueberry. It has a certain sense because this was the first one which we created and gave second life for it. So for us too, it was a kind of a test for the compatibility in the creative work. And we managed to create an equal investment into the idea, technological and constructive part of this thing. For the new design, we've cut out half of the jacket, uniting the collar with the bottom of the jacket, and we rethought it in a very formal existence. So we added a bit of more air and space in it. We made it lighter and ready for experiments in the styles. The name itself, Blueberry, came during the moment, and the blue, in fact, color brought to a very tasty association with a berry. The work with individual customers is mostly done with the help of the tasks, but sometimes it happens that the most important thing for the person to save a thing, then we could offer our own visual ideas, stylizations, to choose a thing for a certain person. For instance, this is Naira. She's a co-founder and co-owner of the beauty salon and also the top colorist of Ukraine. For her to look interesting is so important at the professional events. So that's why we developed for her such a kind of an apron out of 2 pairs of pants, which really emphasizes her character. It's also convenient and is interesting to look at. And that is the example of how we work without the tasks, how it was interesting for the client, what can be done with the usual shorts. This is Yulia Belaeva, who is the digital sculptor in Ukraine, and we've developed a corset for her and the pants out of the shorts, which emphasize her boldness in her self-expression. And also we create the projects and collaborations. For instance, these Garderobka, together with their art designer Polina Velor, have created a kind of a mini collection for the Independence Day of Ukraine. We had an idea to rethink these scarves which we found at our grandma's, and not only to create usual things, clothes for them, but to make them ultra fashionable. That's why we decided to deal with the corsets, which are much shorter, and asymmetrical tops. With all of that, we'd like to tell the story about the connection with the generations, that we can't exist without our ancestors. And we've done such a relevant reincarnation as the traits of the character and the appearance of our ancestors, uniting with the modern times and transforming into ourselves. So this is the result we are sharing with you. We thank everybody who took part in the creation of such videos, including the opportunity to be with you here. And it was also pleasant to make this air styled. So how do you like our upcycling images? Well, this is the question for the chat, I'd say. A nice question for the chat. Let our guests and viewers tell us about that. And for us, Tanya, Lena, could you join us now? All of us who had Garderobka retirement today. And we are so different, but still we look similar, something, because we are all from Garderobka, right? But we're awaiting, dear guests, we are awaiting for your verdict. We've got the comments that the images are wonderful. Would you tell whether you like it? What do you like and whether you like that in our images? Daria, would you like to join us and to become the part of an upcycle collection created today by our stylists?
To see, it's really beautiful and very interesting solutions, because actually when you hear about upcycling, it's every time a bit, let's say, difficult to find also aesthetically beautiful solutions. But that's what the designers also mentioned, how important the role of designer in that, because you are able to see in these old clothes something fashionable, something trendy, and something could also be suitable for different kind of personage, for different kind of let's say age. So it's like a long-lasting product which could fit many people. My question to you, if I may ask, how do you actually see then, let's say, fast fashion and fast changing trends? So how can a small producer, a small fashion designer, let's say a manufacturer, could compete with fast fashion? How can you respond to that?
Да, спасибо. А можете повторить еще раз последний вопрос?
Could you repeat the question, please?
How do you, let's say, what do you think about fast fashion, and how a small designer, let's say fashion designer, manufacturer, can compete with the fast fashion?
Да, действительно, есть такая проблема.
Well, really, there is such an issue, such a problem in the modern fashion. It's fast fashion, and of course, undoubtedly, we don't have such a nice attitude towards that, both for the younger designers. How can they work with that? Well, at least they need to be aware about it. They need to deepen into all of the details of the production, including fabrics, logistics, the attitude towards the laborer at the factories where these attires are manufactured. They need to know more, I would say. This is the main thing. You should better be aware, and if you're aware, you take better decisions. To study, to get to know something. And of course, we'd like to support young designers in that, because working with the students, we are telling most of all how the trend forecasting story is happening in the fashion and how we should respond that. Well, undoubtedly it should be individual, but still everybody can be varied in that, knowing sustainable basics and goals.
Question is, so where actually do you produce? So where is the production located, and how many people are working with you? So let's say just a bit more insights of your brand. How did you start it? Because I find it's really fascinating, fascinating project.
As for now, we are working with the outsource. We have the workshops and sewings. We don't have our own workshop, but we still have the mini workshop where we've got several sewing machines where we create our primary samples and then we give everything to the outsource. But if we need some complicated belongings, we have a premises which we rent. We don't consider that we should take the full time in those premises only for the certain tasks. We try to be as efficient as possible.
I can make an example of, there was, I think it's already quite some years ago, for the Dutch Royal airplane, so let's say not airplane, it's a Dutch Royal air company, KLM. They have a very, let's say, characteristic forms, no? The form for the stewardess and stewards, and that there was a collaboration with designer where they proposed to use the old suits for stewardess to make a new fashion. But what they did, they just shredded, let's say, the old material. But if I see now your examples of how do you create this new fashion item, I think it's a step further because it's much more valuable if you can make an item from existing item without shredding or without, let's say, wasting material. I can also repeat it in Russian if you don't mind, because now I realize that you don't have
Да,
the
спасибо большое. Да, спасибо. Поняли. Да, нам тоже нравится.
Well, yes, thank you. We really like to work with rethinking. Moreover, I would say that it's interesting as there are some ideas like some small parts are left. We can't upcycle them. We can't do anything with them. Okay, let us do, for instance, some carpets out of them for our clients to change their shoes on those carpets, for instance. So we saw the fabric around them. So this is a very interesting and conceptual carpet. So the breadth of the flight of the thought for the designers, it always attracts because the mind of the designer is always very interesting and a new way of understanding. Daria, I'm interested. We're visiting Dutch Design Week so often. So if we presented such a service for the Dutch designers, would they be interested? Would they become the clients of Garderobka and, for instance, have the proper attire for the ceremony where we used to be the winners of the design awards? Yes, I think they could afford that. Because first of all, I'm just in love in your motives and your collections. It seems to me it's so nice that you created with involving the local tendencies, so it's very fashionable and trendy. So it seems to me that the whole fact that you use the whole belonging to make something new, the whole thing, not just shred it, not just cut it and totally remake it, the materials, and then you make something new, it's a unique approach. I haven't seen such options before. Thank you so much. We'll cooperate then. And our guests could estimate that in the chats. They said that our images were wonderful, perfect images, inspiring. Katja Karling from Stockholm, she said. Non-standard cutting, Lena Mazurkiewicz wrote. Sustainable approach, individual history. It's really inspiring and luring. Those are the things of dream. Yelena, I can assure you the dreams can come true because today we could realize them for ourselves. With the help of Garderobka, you will be able to use their service for your own events and creative meetings, presentations. And what I personally like is that ladies and girls are wonderful stylists. It's not a problem to put a tie, but to stylize their image. Could I comment, just a moment, could I comment upon that? I would really like to inspire everybody. Thank you for cool comments and your inspiration and the inspiration for us. But as for the stylization, yes, there are lots of things and belongings, and every single one of us has them, but we should be mindful and conscious about them. This is the main aim, what's happening in the wardrobe of each of us. We'd like for everybody to come to your own wardrobe in the conscious and mindful and sustainable way. Thank you so much for your inspiration and for your participants in all of that.
And I have a question as well, because I know that we are all, are women or nicely dressed up. We really we enjoy all that. We enjoyed all of these images that we have. But speaking on men, because when we see, for example, if we are speaking about our local men, so are they ready for creating these images? Not all of the women are ready, but there is already this trend and the development in this direction. But speaking about men,
Мы тоже думаем.
Well, we're also thinking about that. That's why we're interested in this direction to work with men. Yes, they have their own peculiarities, but there is a certain group of men who are also ready a bit, so you can experiment with them a bit. But mostly the majority of them are still rather conservative. Yes, I like this topic so much. I like to work with men as a stylist, a personal stylist, and really, as for the men, they need more criteria, proofs, I would say, for them to understand more, as somehow it seems that self-expression is only a women's thing, or maybe just not that many men can do that, including the creative sphere. But now everything is changing already. We can see bigger changes in fashion, in the openness of men, in the wish to have an emotional approach. I'm not saying over emotional, but still adequately emotional to their images, to the interesting opportunities in their attire and clothing. We do hope that the situation will improve. And there was the question in attire. We're not leaving you away. We have got several minutes left. Where do you take inspiration from, both for men and women? Where do you take them? As for the inspiration, I don't think it's a surprise. We even thought, we as the stylists and the designers who are in this sphere, we feel the space, and we don't even look at some of the resources, but still we can forecast something, or to catch an idea which can be relevant for what is happening in the world. So it is coming like this. We feel it on the tips of our fingers. And of course, when we looked through lots of Pinterest and Instagram, we follow the magazines and designers. All of that is also the inspiration and the trace.
And you know, that's always important. That's always important to have a lot of visual information and to process a lot of visual information. And I know that there is among the comments, we can see we have some of your colleagues as well. And yes, I will read it out.
Yes, I will read it out loud. Tatiana is writing that she's also into the stylization and rethinking of the older things, but in a more silhouette extravagant forms. She's happy that there are colleagues who are working in this direction. Let's get acquainted then.
And I also want to add up that it's a very good example of how the audience is changing, of how their understanding and how their approach to their clothes is changing. And if we will just recall the past, if, for example, we're trying to upcycle some of our old things that used to be something that you were ashamed of, or that was something, or there was an indicator of your maybe poorness or the lack of resources that you have, the lack of money or something like this. But right now, the culture has changed, and if you will see how the people are becoming more aware about the sustainable approach and the need to save the planet, because you know, fast fashion is the biggest sector, the biggest polluting sector right now. And now we can see that the consumers are starting to change their opinions and their approaches as well, and they're now trying to choose their images in a different way. They're trying to choose their clothes in a different way. They're buying things differently.
Yes, still I don't understand what's the difference. Well, I don't understand what's the difference in this rush of consumption, or when the fact of the buying is so important, not just to own the thing, but the fact of the purchase is so important, some status which you get when you put on this piece of clothes. But now we have the proper mindful consumption. How we can have this mindful consumption? Do you need to sit down before you go to the store or to the atelier, to the designer, and to think, to weigh out everything? Yes, you should think. Well, this is the level of the psychology when we come there, but we are working as the individual stylists for the individual personal style. of a human being. So we've got such a service that we are just sitting down, we're looking at the wardrobe, we understand what we have, how the person would look like, and which impression to have. We look at lots of criteria, the style of life, the shape of the body, and lots of criteria. And according to that, we have to understand, to acknowledge what the person wants. First of all, he or she understands what he or she wants, how to create his own wardrobe for it to be both convenient and beautiful and efficient, for everything to be working. And also there is the basic wardrobe. We can also include capsule wardrobe. So there is no necessity to buy lots of things in this case. Then it's working within your wardrobe. Something can be taken away, but something can be included. And according to those factors, you go into the store to buy or not to buy, or to order something online. You know precisely what you need. That's it. This is the mindfulness when we just think through every purchase, because it really is saving our finances, it's saving, supporting the sustainable sphere, and it's much more pleasant for yourselves when you buy the thing which you really would like to have. This is just the matter of the wish.
And I believe that currently, especially during the pandemic, there's a lot of people who started to rethink their wardrobe. And because there are many things that left over that we have been using much more frequently, and right now, for example, like we do not use them as frequently. We don't have a lot of people who are currently going to their offices every day, or who's traveling, or who's having this super active social kind of life. So there's not a lot of things that you actually need to wear. So right now, it's just this time that actually pushes us up to becoming more sustainable in our approach.
And the last question, do you believe that the thing can have some soul in it? And how you provide your things with some signs of animism? How do you give them names? Do you pet them? Do you give them certain stories? I heard about that in your presentation. So how did it occur to you? Why do you go along this way? Well, for us, this is the idea. This is a rather magic idea, and we really like when something is becoming alive, when something is revived around you and has certain senses, not just a thing which you can use and throw it away. It's dear to you, so you treat it a bit differently, so it can have the longer term of service. You will be much more accurate with it. So for us, it's a kind of a fairy tale. Yes, and it's a kind of a little game, because undoubtedly we don't think that the things have souls. We think about the different thing. But it's fun for us to invent that. In this way, we enjoying our work. This is our game, our history, which we'd like to provide. The wonderful, remarkable game, if it leads to the situation that the owner of the thing has some warm relations with it, and the life of this thing is becoming longer, he or she takes care of it and brings it for the upcycling. And our guests are saying, thank you that you are supporting the interest to this topic. It's important for people to get new emotions. Upcycling is a nice alternative to the spontaneous purchases. Super, thank you. Let's connect with you. It's interesting to put on such things, to renew and update our older things. For instance, I definitely know that I'd like to update the jacket of my dad and to wear it.
Well, great. I think that we have provided you a lot of grounds for inspirations and for ideas, and I'm really grateful for your participation and for what you're doing for starting this kind of business. And I think we will continue and working with our next speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And so right now we will continue. We will continue our workshop. Our
вопросы, а дадим
So far,
слово.
we are not answering your questions, but now we'll give the floor to our next speakers. Could you close our chat? And we'll go to the presentation. Our tech support, would you close the chat for us, please?
Они не слышат. Мы рады, что вы, дорогие наши
So we are
гости,
happy that you, our dear guests, found some time to join us, to take part
активно поддерживать
and
те
actively support the topic of the today's workshop. And we remind you that the event is taking place within the initiative of the European Union, EU for Business, with the support of EBRD.
Представити наступного
And right now,
спікера.
we're really welcoming our next speaker, another business case of sustainable development, Darina Antonenko. She is the founder and the head of the Upcycle agency, Reban. She is the master in ecology. Darina is going to tell us more about how she has found the optimal business model for her social enterprise.
Рибан, если можно еще
Thank you very much. And we can just want
If I
to have a
may,
couple of
some more
words
words
that
which
we
I
have
prepared.
prepared as
This
well.
is the enterprise which gives the second life to the used banners fabric, sewing styled craft things and bags and cases and shoppers of that, some cases, and also for the documents. The problem is that the advertisement banners have a very short life cycle, sometimes just one day, and then they are in numerous crazy figures. For more than 25,000 tons a year only in Ukraine are spent. They're getting to the bin, and they are done of the fabric which is degraded for more than 700 years. So Reban for 2 years is working already and could process more than 3,000 square meters of this banner fabric and created more than 24 models of things of banner fabric. So the clients for today are your clients, as I was told, are more than 30 Ukrainian and international companies. Daria, the floor is yours. Moreover, that Tanya told that you are the Magister of Ecology. The floor is yours.
Ви вже частину розказали мого тексту. Дякую.
Thank you very much. You have already told a part of my text, actually. So thank you for the introduction. I'm sorry, I was
I do
just reading very
apologize. I was just
attentively
reading
to
out
what you
loud.
have given us as your main info. Well, thank you very much. And I will just turn my presentation on. Just a second. Okay, can you see that? I hope you can see that. Yes, I hope you can see the presentation. So, as it has already been said, my name is Darina. I am the co-founder of the Reban upcycling agency, and what we are doing, we are resewing the banners into some cool and new unique accessories, and this whole story has started with me because I am working in ecology. I'm an ecology scientist, and we started to work with this problem, and from the very early childhood. My father, he was printing these banners, and I have faced this topic, these banners, and when I have started to work on my thesis statement, I have chosen this topic for the research because I have understood it's a huge problem all over the world, because currently we do not have the ecological utilization way for the banner banner fabrics. And when my aim was to create the ecological method of utilization of the banner fabrics, but I decided to start with upcycling as the way to provide the new life for these fabrics. I don't know. Yes, I know how to turn off the slides. Thank you. And as it has already been said, banner fabrics has been really provided to the landmines in a very huge volumes, because the banners have been printed. They usually have been printed for different conferences, for different events where the single day event been held, and the banners are becoming, then they cannot be used again because the dates are printed to the banner, so they only be used only once. So the main problem is that this is quite a cheap type of advertisement and widely used, and it is the type of advertisement that is thrown away in the fastest pace, and it creates the huge amounts. You can see that 25,000 tons a year that's only in Ukraine, and there's no way to ecologically utilize or recycle these materials. So that is why we've decided that we will use this material through upcycling and give it a second life. And this is how we are upcycling it into this moment. We're continuing their life cycle, and in order to minimize the overall level of this plastic waste. We are turning them into different accessories, bags. It might be even some kind of the decorative objects for housing. There might be any kind of things that are being ordered by the clients. And of course, we are really active in promoting the recycling and upcycling ideas. We are working with the ecological and educational activities. We are promoting the ecological awareness and the circular economy as well, because we're trying to work on this mechanism as well. We're working in two directions, the B2C and B2B sectors. The B2C is the personal. So when if we speak to B2C, so basically any person can ask us, can address us, can find us, and request to us to create whatever they want from the banner fabrics, and we are choosing a very new individual approach to each person, because we understand that everything that we have created at the moment when the government is when the people are going to be losing their interest in this item, that's going to turn to garbage. So we are trying to create this kind of item that will bring happiness to the person. There was going to be a lot of attention to each of the single detail, and the person will know that this product has been created with love, specifically, individually for them. We understand that this is not the final stage in the overall utilization and recycling of the banner, and we understand that in about a couple of decades, I hope, these products, these items are still going to be worn out, and they're going to be still deprived to the landfills. So that is why we are always telling all of our clients, if something goes wrong, we're going to provide the opportunity for you to bring in our product back to us, and we're going to continue in upcycling those things, like for example, to make some smaller items from the bigger items. If they are already terribly worn out, then we can then provide them, to then shredder this thing into items, and we're using the smaller patches of it and how we can use it. We have already this collaboration with the companies that are ready to use the shredded parts of banners in construction, in ecological construction, by the way, because using these materials, they're going to buy less materials that once again become the waste in future. So this is basically giving the second life, the new life after the recycling, when the banner is shredded after it has been upcycled. We also work in the B2B segment. We're working, that's any company or any agency, whoever they want, they're continuing their way in the advertisement, and we know that we cannot avoid that. And that's while printing on the banner, fabrics is one of the most effective methods of the external advertisement. We have understood that the banners are not going to get away of our lives in the sooner future. So we are offering the companies the complex offer. So after they have used their banners, they can give their banners to us, and we will provide these upcyclings for these banners. We're going to produce the things that are needed for the company, like festivals, event agencies, some certain events that have printed the banners, but then after these banners have been already not in use, we can recycle it to bags, for example. You can see that on the lower part of the screen. And those bags, they can use that as, for example, additional merchandise in your next events, or any other smaller items like that you might use as the gifts for your employees of your company inside of your team. So there's many ways how you can use that, and you can find a way how you would like to use that, and we will definitely agree to make this idea happen. And by the way, in the center, there was a very interesting story. Those are the cubes that we produce, for the National Art Gallery. When they have had the new exhibition, they have had the banners with the previous exhibition, with the photos of the pictures, with the photos of the paintings and the banners, and we have turned it into this kind of the constructor for children, a jig puzzle, a puzzle for the children. So while parents are visiting the museum, the children, they can use these cubes as a puzzle. So they can recreate a picture in the right direction. And if you will put all of those cubes in the right directions, you will have a full picture in place. So we have a lot of interesting ideas, interesting tasks that we always implement into life. And we have had been addressed by ecologically aware companies that had still had to make banners for their events, and they have given us the opportunity to resaw their previous banners to create the new banners in order not to print the new ones, just for them to be able to then stick the sticker with the new event information, but not to use any additional new information that would be then wasted. Our main values is, of course, the values of ecology. We understand that it have to be good and creative and cool and stylish. We really want to create this kind of product that you would really be happy to use later on. Because when we're speaking about the upcycling and recycling, then there's many people, especially people from Ukraine and Ukrainians that I have talked to, they always think that it has to be something maybe not that stylish or that doesn't really look nice, because if it's recycled garbage, then there's no way it can be beautiful, like no way it can be high quality product. And what we believe that we have to then promote this idea of recycling as upcycling as something really stylish, something really beautiful, something that you would like to wear all the time, that you would like to use all the time, something that you would like to boast of. Speaking of banners, why not paper? Because one fabric of banner, we can only do some certain things, like for example bags or pen cases, or we can only done it once. There's going to be all of the products that we design, it will be unique. There's no way you're going to have the very same thing, because there's no additional banners of the same way, of the same type. This material is degradable for many years. It's very good, it's very sustainable, it doesn't wear out, they're waterproof, they're very good, they have a very long life cycle, and we really would like to make some personal thing that you will be wearing for quite a long period of time, and we would really like to do it on the highest quality for you to use it every day. As it has already been said while you have made an introduction, we're already collaborating with many companies, Ukrainian and international companies. We're mostly working with festivals and companies that are printing banners every day with their everyday use for their advertisements, but we are also working with a very interesting segments when the companies do not have, unfortunately, okay, not unfortunately, but fortunately, they do not have the banners in their own use, but they really need some certain merch and same things from banners, then we will as well use the banners that they will give to us, and we will recycle and upcycle these banners, and we will provide additional project for the companies that do not have the banners of their own. We have been collaborating actively with young entrepreneurs who are in some way connected in their activities, who are promoting sustainable consumption or ideas of circular economies. We're always very active in promoting all of the spheres of that, because we understand that if we will not speak up about that, if we will not promote those important things, maybe some people will never learn about it. So we're always trying to promoted as much as possible to promote the upcycling ideas, recycling ideas, the ideas of the circular economies. In our understanding, in our values, it has been ingrained as the main basis, promoting this culture, and we believe that we would like to have the society with people of the same thoughts. So this is briefly all from my side, and I'm ready to answer your questions if you have. You can see our contacts on the screen, and we will gladly collaborate with you. We will glad to learn about you, and we'll be happy if you will join our community. We are always happy for any types of collaborations. Darina? Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Darina, for your presentation. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing. I wanted to ask you about the products, what you create, because mostly we have seen the bags that you produce, but who is designing these bags? Who's designing the products? Is it your team doing the product, or you maybe then turning to the agencies, to advertisement agencies? How do you produce, how do you create the new product, a new design of the product? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. We're doing everything with our own forces, with our own efforts. We have a team. We have a team, a human team. We have a construction team who are the designers and constructors who are basically always thinking about creating some new items. The main idea is always that we would like to do everything that is in our effort as a team. We are creating the product while talking to the client. We're trying to find a personal approach to every client of ours, and we're trying to provide them with what they need in the end. So that is why all of the models that you have seen, all of the items that you have seen, all of the designs have been developed by us without engagement of some super specialists, super professionals. We're just talking to our clients, and we're trying to find something that will fit to the desires of each every one of us. So the process is like that. So the clients come to you with an idea. They want to do something out of the banner, or they have an idea what they would like to do, like a bag or a backpack. Well, usually our Ukrainian companies, when they learn that you can upcycle their banners, they don't even have this clear aim, they upcycle it to backpacks or to bags, to tote bags. They always have this idea to upcycle it in some way, but it's always interesting to find something that will catch the eye, something that will make you feel, something that will feel very personal for each company. So we are designing the products, some similar products. There are many clients that we have who are asking us with some really non-standard offers. Like, for example, our partners, we have been working with them for quite a long period of time already. The company that creates business games, and they have made a very powerful set with a couple of business games so that the trainers would come to their events already prepared, and for them to have this opportunity to use this game comfortably, to discuss this business games and offer this business games for the company. So the way we have developed this organizers for these games. So you're opening up the sets and you can see these details, these tiles and stuff you can already be seen there. So if speaking about creating the certain items, then each person, each company, they have the desire to create something unique, something of their own. And basically, we do not have a lot of those companies who are actually ordering something from our standard sets. They already offer it, they're always ordering some unique things to be designed and developed. So it's always inspiring us because we really like creating some new things, the items of the personal usage. Okay, and what is the quantity of your order? So how many items can you produce? 10, 20,000 to 200,000? Well, as I've already have said that, one of our main values is to make it comfortable for the clients, that we are starting our production line from one item up to how many items you want. So we are ready for any kind of capacities, I guess. So we're ready to fill in your desire and to complete different orders.
So, Darina, you're saying that you have created the social business, and as far as I understand, you are providing workplaces for the people who are creating for the seamstresses, the developers of such craft products. You are providing workplaces for them. You're paying their salaries, and the more orders and commissions you have, the more interesting your business will be. And the orders, as far as I understand, can come from the corporate sector of business, as here maybe social responsibility of business can be on the front line. Business can be showing so-called social responsibility if it orders these multiple souvenir products from Darina. Out of the subjects and objects which could be wasted, then to order them somewhere in China, and maybe we could support this initiative and recommend the business to begin its way towards the sustainable development to order Darina's souvenirs. It's also a very nice way to begin to be sustainable. And also I'd like to ask whether you are interested in the collaboration with the designers. For us, lots of designers are watching and listening to us, so we could offer them, the artists, the designers and industrial subjects or interior designers, to use your unique craft product and to develop them in collaboration with your production, your own product, which they will be able to integrate into their projects in the atelier and art objects. Are you interested in such collaborations? Will you be able to take all of who wants to create a common art design project with you?
Спасибі дуже за рекламу, до речі.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for the kind of advertisement, by the way. Yes, we're always supporting any kind of collaboration. We're always ready to do something interesting and unique. We have some very good collaborations with designers already, and I think that is always helping you to create something new, something cool, something interesting. So we're always for that. So I can just show you my contacts once again. So if you can just write it down if you would like to contact us. So we're always there. We're always ready to collaborate. And I have another question as well. What do you think? How can we mitigate the production of this kind of banners? How can we decrease the productions of this banner? Because right now, yes, we have those banners, and it's very interesting that you have found the way how we can use that. But what is needed, in your opinion, to decrease the level of usage of these banners? Well, actually, from what I have already seen, that I'm constantly working on this monitoring of the overall trends, what is going on in the overall the world with this material, with these fabrics. So already we have the absolutely ecologically friendly banners that, by the way, are being made in the Netherlands. And there already is a methodology of the ecological print. But those are very expensive methods. And if we speak about Ukraine, then of course we're going to have this much cheaper methods of printing the advertisements, and basically people and companies and people who are creating this kind of banners, they can make this ecological advertisement that can be recycled later on, that can be biodegradable. And yes, that is quite possible, but the technology is very expensive. If we speak about the mass production, the mass consumption and mass usage of banners, then yes, I guess then this is just going to be as now it's all happening when we've turned to online because of the pandemic, getting into more digital way of life. We can already say that most people are mostly using the advertisement in the digital ways. So we can speak about some certain satellites that will actually use the very same advertisement, but without printing the banners, without using any additional materials. So even if it will be a very ecological material, during the recycle, the printing, the logistics, the delivery of this material, there will be a lot of things will be used that in some way are going to be polluting our environment. So if we will just speaking on either saving our planet and thinking of trying to decrease the number of the waste and taking care of our environment, so I think we should to have a more overall view, a more general view on this item. So in my opinion, going digital, going online is one of the way outs from this situation. So basically the pandemic itself, the corona crisis itself has created this kind of situation for almost all of those spheres that we currently have been speaking about. So the fashion and other spheres, they're not buying that much as they used to. They're not buying that many, the exhibition organizations that are not using these banners as much as they used to before. So now everything is shrinking slightly and everything is decreasing. And in this way, we are helping the ecology as well. We're becoming more
So
sustainable.
in the titles, we can write that while organizing our workshop, we haven't produced a single banner. Thank you so much, our dear tech support video live company, that they save and preserve the nature and help us technically to provide all of the visual communications without the printing of the banners. The company of Video Live provides our technical support today.
Ще від нас, що ви не
And a
друкували.
personal thank you from our side that you haven't printed the banners. Thank you very much for that as well.
Я хочу останнє запитання вам
And the final question that I would like to have from our audience as well, because we already have to go for a break. But if you're going to be using the same fabrics for lamps, for lighting equipment, for carcasses, what is the behavior of the banner fabrics when it's heated up? Isn't it toxic? Well, this is the story about the toxicity of banners that I guess everyone has considered this because everyone believes that this is material that is going to be toxic when you're going to use it. I've already know these banners all over. I've been forth and back, and speaking on the toxics about the banners are not toxic itself, because the same material is just we have it all over around us, doors, plastic, old windows. It's not a toxic itself. The only thing that might be dangerous is the print itself on the banner. So if you will choose non-toxic type of prints, this is the polymeric print that is not going to be toxic under the heat, and it's not going to influence the health of people in no way. So basically you just have to make sure that you will research the type of that print in the right way. And of course there are some segments of print and the printing technology that is going to be when heated is going to be provide the toxic vapors. So there are some moments like this. But if we will speaking about creating some kind of interesting lamps or actually floor lamps, I think it would be a very nice idea, and we can just find the best suiting materials that are not going to be harmful during the use. So contact us. I'm ready to do that.
How nice it is when in the head of the business there is the master of ecology, and you can provide the consultation not only about the visual story and design, but also about health and environmental impact. It seems to me this is the family business of yours, right? And your father has printed the banners and you're correcting this situation, and you're creating wonderful craft things out of them. Wonderful family business, social business.
Да, якщо говорити про цю
And
сімейну
yes, and it's even circular. And speaking of this family business, I think that we have improved the world slightly because my father has already stopped printing banners. He's already working in my businesses, in these businesses, so he's more about recycling, upcycling. He doesn't want to use these materials no longer.
Well, it's nice that we've got the banners which have been already produced for us to order some of the souvenirs for our aims.
звертайтесь, ми завжди готові.
Address us, we're ready to help you with that. Thank you very much, Darina. I see that we already, it's already for us to have high time to go on a break. So, once again, thank you very much for your presentation. It has been a pleasure for us to learn their new ideas from you, and we will keep in touch. Thank you very much for this invitation. It was very interesting to spend this time with you. Have a nice day. It was an unbelievable event. Thank you very much for that. And right now we are going to go for a short break, and at 1:15 Kiev time, we're coming back to our studio and we're going to continue in our discussion with our speakers from the Netherlands. And we're going to have the very interesting cases. So please join us after the break. And we're going to see you at 1:15 here. We're going to have just a very short break. So see you soon.
Друзі, ще раз добрий день. Сподіваємось, ви встигли перекусити.
Dear friends, hello once again. I hope you have managed to enjoy your coffee. And we're going to continue with the second part of our workshop today. And we would like to introduce you with the designer from the Netherlands, Carissa Tantaya. She's going to be talking to us today about synthesizing the different disciplines, the different way how you can get to the sustainable development stages and how we can use that into your professional life.
Carissa Tantaya in 2019 has opened her studio after she graduated from the Academy of Design in Eindhoven. Her projects are focused upon the social design and ceramics. As a designer, Carissa is feeling responsibility before the environment. She acknowledges the role of the designer and the necessity to be curious, to show critical thinking, and to reflect in the process of the creation of sustainable design.
The strong points of Carissa's design is research and looking for the new materials, combining different disciplinary approaches, collaboration and exchange, fast and effective research for the new solutions. As Carissa has mentioned, it's not just the people constantly work together, the materials work together as well. Technologies, knowledge work together, and when you combine them as a team, they can get you to very interesting results. So we do hope that Carissa is already joined us. We really would like to ask our technical team to give us a sign, to give us an opportunity to see Carissa. Carissa, are you with us? But somehow we can't see your video yet. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We can see you now.
Great to see you here. Can you imagine to be here in Ukraine in snowy and very sun-shining weather?
I wish there because it's rainy and cold here, and I would prefer having colds with sunshine and snows.
Okay, so we invite you to share your presentation. We are waiting for you. So
Okay, just 1 second. Let me.
yeah, can you share your
my
screen?
screen.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm,
And as if you have a video in your presentation, we will show it when you give us a sign, okay? Mhm.
Sure. For some reason, it's not working.
To share
Um,
green button, you can you find green button, share screen?
I can, but it says that my privacy settings are not working. I have to log out real quick and then come back in, and then it should work. Is that okay?
Давайте тогда
Okay,
включимся.
okay. So we will we'll be waiting for you.
Мы можем техподдержку попросить вывести.
So we can ask the tech support.
Так,
Поки ми чекаємо, хочу сказати,
And while we're still waiting for Carissa to reconnect, I would just like to tell you right now, after this break session, we're going to have 3 more sessions by the designers from the Netherlands. And As you have already seen, maybe they're all multidisciplinary.
Carissa, we can see you here. Oh.
Can you see my screen as well?
Yes.
Perfect.
And can you share for full screen? Oh, super.
Yes, ready?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me. Introduction. So I have a design studio based in Rotterdam in the Netherlands, where I like to focus on rethinking materials and production methods. And I do this through a sustainable looking glass. And today I would really like to talk about the way I perceive sustainability and how I implement it in my work. So what I would like to start with is actually the definition of sustainability. The first definition is the ability to be sustained, supported, upheld, or confirmed. And the second one is environmental science, the quality of not being harmful to the environment or depleting natural resources, and thereby supporting long-term ecological balance. So with these two definitions in mind, I would like to introduce to you 17 sustainable and sustainability has become a very important part of our lives and the world we live in. And because of this importance, it carries a certain weight. And I'm not sure if it's just me that experiences this, but yeah, the importance makes it also, can make it a bit of a heavy subject. And this weight can sometimes make sustainability a bit hard to comprehend. So these 17 goals of sustainability are brought to you by the United Nations. Maybe you're already familiar with them. Maybe they're completely new to you, but we're just going to run through them really quickly. So number 1, no poverty. 2, zero hunger. 3, good health. 5, gender equality. 6, clean water and sanitation. 7 is affordable and clean energy. 8 is decent work and economic growth. 9 is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. 10 is reduced inequalities. 11, sustainable cities and communities. 12 is responsible consumption and production. 13 is climate action. 14, life below water. 15, life on land. 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And 17 is partnership for the goals. So as you can see, there are multiple ways of approaching sustainability. And whenever you start, whenever I start, ask myself the same question: what value am I adding with this project? And if I cannot answer that question, it's a bad project. To me, it's a bad project. So that's basically my starting point. What value am I adding? And these goals actually help me to understand the value. So one of my projects is Bottom Ash, which is an extensive research into the possibilities of this material. And bottom ash is what remains after our household waste has been burned at waste-to-energy plants. And basically, they're all once valuable possessions, but have been discarded, so considered worthless. And after lifeless matter, which is considered waste material. So to give you some insight in the process, this picture right here is where the waste enters the facility, and it's been mixed manually with this huge claw. And I would really like to emphasize the scale we're talking about right here, because when I saw this, I was in absolute shock. So this right here is actually a sofa, and this shows you the scale we're talking about. So you can only imagine how big it actually is, and the space continues 3 times the size in the back of the picture. So it's a huge, huge, huge pit, and this is only one facility. It's been mixed, it goes into the furnace, into the incinerator, and cameras monitor this process, this burning process. The waste is burnt at a temperature of 950 degrees and remains in the incinerator for about 45 minutes. And this time is based on what is most efficient and equal to the time or to the amount of waste coming into the facility. So it's not the best time to actually reduce the waste. It has to match the waste coming into the facility. So after it leaves the incinerator, you're left with this insane amount of waste material, or at least to be considered waste material. Which is bottom ash. 20% of what went into the incinerator. And I believe that this isn't a waste material. It's actually full of treasures and potential. And in this project, I wanted to focus on how to show these treasures. How can I restore the value of bottom ash? So I started researching with different material applications and looking for these treasures. So I came upon a 100% bottom ash glaze, and all of them are made with different particle sizes of bottom ash. So you can see the different effects that they have, which could indicate different ingredients that could be filtered through different mesh sizes. Using water from the washing process of bottom ash. And also paper made with different ratios of bottom ash as a granule. And also a bottom ash terrazzo. And this terrazzo was very interesting, not only because of its appearance, but also because you could really recognize the materials that are actually in bottom ash. So where in the beginning it's covered in this gray ash dust, you can't recognize anything, but now that the surface has become clean, you can see all the materials. And these materials we once threw away because at that moment they were worthless to us. And now we can ask ourselves where the boundaries lie between worthlessness and value, because all of a sudden these worthless materials become valuable. Can we change these boundaries and therefore the way we look at materials? So can we shift this appreciation of this material to the point of where we're making the decision, am I going to throw this away? Or maybe even earlier, am I going to buy this because this has such valuable materials? Should I make a different choice? So the whole research was documented into a book called 75.5 kilograms of bottom ash. And this book, 75.5 kilograms is the average amount of bottom ash produced by one person on a yearly basis in the Netherlands, which is a huge amount. It's like 5 big buckets of bottom ash. It's the same as the weight of an average. You can only imagine if you would multiply that by all the inhabitants of the Netherlands. And to illustrate this huge amount, each material is translated into an application. And to give you an example, this bench is made with one person's bottom ash. And it's to kind of create a bridge between understanding what you can actually do with the material, but also emphasizing how much waste material we are producing. And this project would fit, to link it back to the sustainability, sustainable development goals, would fit number 12, is responsible consumption and production. So this project fits you immediately recognize it as a sustainable project. But other projects of mine might not be that obvious, which brings me to Luchtorkest. And Luchtorkest translates to air orchestra. And it's a music instrument. When you start learning to play a music instrument, you always look at your hands to see where to place them and how to move them. It's not just a practical thing, it's also instinct. Needless to say that this isn't how it works for someone with a visual impairment. Like with learning many other new things, they start with a disadvantage. So Luchtorkest is a digital music instrument that doesn't require vision at all. With this invisible instrument, melodies are produced in the air through and so with self-developed program, we can collect and translate the input from a driver, which is developed by Microsoft, and design it with tasks. And these tasks communicate with hotspots, and when activated, every hotspot has its own function. So here's just a little video of the hotspots. And this is how you basically give them their own assignment. And functions can vary from selecting new instruments to playing different music notes, such as and so this instrument creates an equal experience for those with and without a visual impairment. And it would be fitting to goal number 10, reduce inequalities. And both projects are completely different, but have one thing in common, which is sustainability. And this there are many ways to embody in your personal life. And so I would like to end with one, and I think the most important goal, which is goal number 17, partnerships for the goals, because without partnerships, without working together, all these goals would never be met. And within my studio, I seek knowledge of experts to help me understand the topics that I tackle. And I seek the skills of professionals to help me shape what I have in mind. And they help me actually create the project. So I'm a very strong believer in working together, and how design can be, I guess, kind of a bridge between all these different disciplines, and it can create a network of beautiful collaboration, and through collaborations, I think you reach the highest achievable level of project. So, for example, The Bottom Mesh project would not have been possible without the help of experts, of craftsmen, more experts, and I'm sure you guys, experts and manufacturers, and also alchemists, and also academics, and many individuals, people you talk to about your project, people that ask questions about your project, everyone with your development. The same goes for Luchtorkest. It's foundations that I needed support of. It's existing software, it's software developers, and material suppliers, and also many other individuals, people that are willing to participate in the video, people that are willing to drive you from one location to the other. It's hidden in the simple things, but can actually make a huge matter. And these collaborations, these helping hands, is also a form of sustainability. So I think it's important to keep those definitions in mind, and definitely keep those goals in mind, because together we can create impact on a. I said there are many ways of applying sustainability. Don't let the weight of the word intimidate you. Use its weight to make an impact. And my advice would be choose your goal and achieve it together. So my presentation is a bit shorter than I anticipated, but thank you very much. And yeah, that would be the message I would like to share with you today.
Спасибо.
Включите текст.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much, Carissa, for the presentation. Unfortunately, we had certain technical delays because of the internet connection, which was not that stable and sustainable, in fact. So the connection with you was vanishing from time to time. But we do hope that the main part was heard by our listeners, and the message was totally comprehended. I've got the question to Carissa. How did you get the idea to work with such a material, with dust? How did you come to such an idea?
Sorry, I could not, what was the question? I couldn't understand it.
Каким образом вы пришли к идее?
So how did you achieve the idea to work with such materials?
Can you choose a channel for translation? I'm sorry. Icon down. It's at right side of your screen. You should find icon English channel. You can choose this one. Yeah.
I've asked it to unmute, but.
There is next to the green button, share screen. On the right side, you can see this icon English.
Ну вот я вижу, к нам подключилась Дарья Бирюкова, которая
I can
поможет.
see there is Daria Byrykova who connected to us, and she will help us to do that.
It's working.
It will be easier to
Спасибо, Дарья.
step up also in the questions. I know Carissa for quite a long time.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for your presentation today. although we had a little bit of sometimes a sound missing, but I hope that, as organizers also said, the main message was sent. And to be honest, I think the most interesting and important facts about your projects, about your studio, is the way how you do collaboration. So if you can tell a bit more in details, like how you make it possible. I mean, how do you find this collaboration, these partners? How do you reach out for them?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I begin by doing research into companies, material or provide the material, and I contact them either through email or preferably calling first, because then they already have a bit of an introduction into who you are, and when they receive the email, like they know to expect an email from you. And I think how I approach these collaborations is I step into it quite open-minded. Of course, I do a bit of research beforehand, but I'm reaching out to these people because they are the experts. And so I ask them a lot of questions and basically step into it quite new and quite open, so that I'm sure to receive the correct information. And I also feel that if you show that you're interested and that you actually don't know that much about it, people are very willing to have and share knowledge.
Yes, yeah, that's also what I experience in my practice, is that once you are openly, let's say, stating the question to expertise, they are much more willing, let's say, to tell you information, to share, and most also with academics, because a lot of research is made also, which is written, let's say, but this research is not found yet, for example, marketable applications. So in my opinion, also when designers are approaching this question, we look at it from different perspectives, and together with academics, together with companies, you can, let's say, enlarge the scale and also help actually them to bring their ideas also further. So that's great. And second question I would like to ask is that I find nowadays they say, yeah, we are buying products, we are very fast, let's say in a very fast consuming world. We buy something, we throw it away when we don't like it anymore. And there was also a question in the last session on the 22nd of January. How do you make people treasure the objects? I mean, how do you make people stick with something they choose? That's something I think is interesting, because your project's exactly talking about it.
Mm-hmm. I think it's very important to show the process, not just how it's made, but also how you've come to this this product, and show the research. And the product is actually just and I use this metaphor a lot, but it's a bridge which is connecting the actual issue to the product, so that it becomes easier to understand what we're dealing with. So you show the process of research, of production, how it's made. Basically, every step should be available for people to understand. And I think this understanding adds value to the final product.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, the other question that we also receive often, like from the producers, for example, themselves, like asking, okay, but if people will start using objects longer, or for example, we will be able to repair everything, recycle or upgrade it, then they will stop buying. So then we will have to stop producing. So how can you reflect on that? So they are also scared that one day they will have nothing to produce, for example.
I understand the fear in the first place, but it would have to a way of manufacturing and head towards a circular economy. And at first it might seem as though manufacturing production has limited, but it would be rewarding in manufacturing processes because everything would be produced local. So locally there would be more job availabilities. Materials would be from local resources, and materials would be basically an endless supply, because if you make sure that from the moment you start producing it in a circular way, it can be used again and again and again. So manufacturing wouldn't stop, it would just shift to a different economy.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, thanks. It's very insightful. Yeah, I also actually hope that this transition will happen quite fast and quite soon, and many countries already working on that. And I definitely believe that collaboration also is a goal, let's say, mainstream towards circular economy. So only with collaboration with governments, with research universities, with designers, also between designers together, you can make these sustainable businesses happening more and more often. Thanks, Carissa. Yeah, from my side, I'm really glad you could join today, and it was very interesting presentation. Thanks.
Thank you for having me.
And I also have questions. Thank you for your discussion. And my question is mostly about how much time does it take to make a new product, according to your experience?
Mm-hmm. It really varies. It is, for example, the Bottom Ash project is an ongoing project. So it took me 6 months to finish the book and the bench and the first material researches. But I'm actually improving the materials to see if it could be 100% bottom ash based materials. So it's an ongoing process, and I'm actually entering year 2 now. So it can vary from an endless limit, or even, I guess, 6 months, or a short project could maybe even be 3 months.
Mm-hmm. And how you find a producer, or those who can help you with this material, or those who can help you to recycle, or to find a new material? I mean that.
First, I would start with making my own material samples just to see what kind of possibilities are there, and just experiment a bit and see what kind of crazy things come out. And with that outcome, I would, for example, for the terrazzo outcome, I would try and see, okay, is there someone that produces terrazzo already? And what type of company is it? Is it big scale, or is it a lot of craftsmanship? And I would try to select a company fitting, like which type of manufacturing I would need. And then I would actually bring the sample that I had made myself to show them, this is what I'm looking for, instead of just something tangible, so that they understand exactly. And then I think it also creates this enthusiasm for them as well. And from there on, so from first researching the possibilities to narrowing it down to a fitting manufacturer, to showing them what your goal is, and then achieving it together would be how I would approach it.
Mm-hmm.
And I have also one more question regarding bottom ash. Like, for example, I know in Russia for sure that most of the trash, for example, now is ending up in landfills. And only now there is, let's say, a starting up of building this huge recycling, recycling industry that would be able to burn the waste, let's say, and make bottom ash. But from your perspective, what would you advise? I mean, would you say do it, burn the waste, and then create the bottom ash with this material, or rather invest time into finding other way of recycling. So what would be your advice to the countries which are now only starting building up these recycling units?
Good question. Bottom ash, I do not believe is the answer to our problem. The project that I started is a solution for a problem we have created, not a solution to the actual problem. The reason why I like the Terrazzo so much is because it's confronting us with the valuable materials that we've thrown away, and that we should never have thrown them away, but find a new purpose for them before actually discarding them. So I would say, and then I refer again to the circular economy, we need to find ways to discard them. So, we need to make it easy for people to understand how to do this, and so that we don't end up with this huge amount of waste materials. And I would say that in Russia, they're sitting on a gold mine of materials ready to be used. It's just a way of choosing how.
Thank you, Carissa. Thanks. Yeah. It's interesting. It's also interesting for the governments also to make a clear choice also what kind of recycling units to install and in which amounts, and also maybe to make steps before that to be able to educate also people what kind of separation of waste are possible before actually you end up in incineration, let's say, and in the burning process. So like to make all the steps clear, and then that's actually the final goal for something that could not be recycled otherwise, I think so, yes. Yeah.
Возможно, наши зрители тоже имеют какие-то вопросы, потому что...
So maybe our viewers have some questions as well, because our guests, they're not just designers, they are designers and alchemists. They are the scientists and the academics. They know what are the formulas and the ingredients for the garbage and the ashes and chemical formulas of those materials. So maybe they could advise you not only at the level of the business models, but also including the consultations as for the scientific developments. So I'd like to ask Daria and Carissa, what would you advise those Ukrainian designers who are watching us now at the level, on their way to the sustainable design, how they could begin this way, this path? For instance, if today they don't have any commissions or orders from the customers for sustainable design. Daria, could you begin?
Yeah, I think that if, because I think the problem is a little bit of a communication in that sense. So the designer themselves has to initiate this communication and have to address this issue to companies. So I think it's a bit useless to wait when the company is coming to you, we would like something sustainable. It's more like as a designer, we should try to see what is the local problematic or local businesses that might be interested in new solutions, in the new sustainable solutions, I mean designs. So like from designer's point of view, I would say just address your question, your interest to these companies openly, like Carissa also presented in her slides, like just to make an open question to these companies, to experts, and try to start a conversation, because that would be actually something that could potentially start a project. You don't know with what to start, but with this open discussion, many things can happen, in my opinion.
Да, то есть бизнес не всегда знает.
Yes, the business doesn't always know how we can begin this conversation, to write this story, your own story of sustainable. So it turns out that the designer this is the entry point which we need to use beginning the path to sustainability. So our belief and faith into the design and designers, and that we are all trying to inspire them together, I mean our Ukrainian designers with your cases, it's really a very nice way to take something as an idea to inspire and to find strength in you to be that entry point for the development of the creative business. We are trying to provide certain projects with our clients and customers. It's not that easy for them to choose the materials which they could deal with, and to advise them what to begin with. Sometimes we tell them even, you should choose for yourselves which exactly is the way you'd like to help the nature, and together with the designers we'll be able to offer the way and the materials which will be helping you in that. Because sometimes it's not that easy to take up your mind what the way should be begun with.
Ну що ж, мені здається, що це питання можна розглядати до
Yes, I think that this issue can be continued. We can discuss it further on, and there's a lot of things to discuss. There are some of the obstacles that prevent us, stop us from going further on. We do not have a lot of choices, actually, of how we can work with the abundance of the materials that can be found in the locations, for example. But we have already seen and we have already noted that those projects that have been in Ukraine, have been developed in Ukraine, for example, 2 years ago, they have already started to become they're already becoming how to say that? Sorry, I'm just trying to. They're starting to develop. Let's put it this way, and they're starting to develop and they're starting to grow to the wide-scale production line. So what I wanted to say is basically that it takes you for around 2 years to start with idea to get to the main production line. And from your experience, is it a lot of time from the development, from idea to the overall production line? 2 years.
2 years? Well, it's not that
Um,
short. And it's not too long
it's not
to save the
actually
planet.
developed yet. I think it would take. Yeah, no, not at all. But I think it will take a lot longer to have an actual final product. You also need to take into account that the material doesn't only have to be functional, it needs to be tested, for example, food safety. There are heavy metals that are incorporated in bottom ash. You need to check if you would polish it, if you would need to add a coating so to prevent leakage of these metals, and then research the coating because you don't want to compromise the sustainability of the product by using a resin or something. You would prefer to use a bioresin, and which bioresin would then be best suiting for all the materials within the bottom ash, because some are quite porous, so it will actually at all. So like, how can you create a balance between all these different aspects? And before you are actually there, I think we're talking about at least another 2 years.
Добре, дуже дякую. Мені було дуже цікаво дізнатися.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting for me to get this new insights for myself as well on this new project.
And I'd like to mention that this topic of sustainability is unique because it unites all of us. It unites us in spite of whether we are now at, and this is the topic which unites the governments, the people, the businesses. These are the questions which concern all of us because at all of the territories and areas, there is some garbage and litter which the designers are trying to use, creating their unique concepts and to implement and to realize their talents. We've got the necessity to create some new materials and to design the future. That is why the beauty of our today's meeting is that today we are not separated by borders or territories. We are united by this topic. And we are grateful to Carissa and Daria and to our participants and everybody who gathered today online. Thank you online for such an opportunity. We are thankful for all of the best minds and creative people are united in our project to share their experience. So we say goodbye to Carissa. Whatever it may seem sad, we need to say goodbye because we need to go on. And we will be staying connected. We'll share our experience and take all the best practices from the European colleagues to use it here in our projects.
Thank you very much, Carissa, and hope to see you again, maybe in Eindhoven next year, or maybe even this year.
I look forward to it. Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Bye-bye. І ми зараз запрошуємо наших
We now would like to invite our next speakers, the House of Tool from the Netherlands.
Yes,
We just know that they're still not with us, not yet.
I'm here.
Они уже здесь.
Oh, they are here.
Yes. However,
So we're introducing our speakers. Jana Fleur is the co-founder and of the design studio House of Tool, which deals with the development of natural solutions to preserve plants, fruits, and vegetables, and the creation of stylish designer tools for the everyday life according to the green living.
розкажуть про декілька своїх проєктів.
Thomas and Jana is going to tell us about some of their projects on how to develop their businesses on the sustainable development principles by still becoming and staying independent designers. The products of the House of Tool supports the development of green life cycles and give us the opportunity to enjoy the green sustainable living.
So we are waiting for them on air. We're willing to hear them as they are really
I am actually
so
on
pleasant.
air. However, my video is somehow turned off.
Can you we have to make you a co-organizator. Maybe you can give me your name because
There we are.
yeah,
There we are. Hi.
Yeah, hi. Great to see you here. The screen is yours. Can you share your presentation?
Sure. Thank you. I can actually, and I will start sharing my screen. All right. Share. So you should see my screen now. Hi. Thank you for the introduction. And actually, with my presentation, I want to focus on the more entrepreneurial side of running a sustainable business. And I just want to take you with me on the journey we've been on so far to trying to create a business that's sustainable and where we can design the products that we like and the things that we want to design. So we're House of Tool. I'm not doing this alone. I actually share the studio with Thomas. We work together. And let me see. There we are. So that's us, Thomas and me, Jana. And we both did a design education back in the early 2000s. We graduated in 2006 and 2007. So here's a few of the projects that we did early on. Thomas was asked after his graduation to work on bespoke interior projects like this kitchen. added some jewelry, and then Thomas also designed this bathtub. And this bathtub I want to dive into a little bit, because this is actually why we're named House of Tol. We started out because we wanted to design functional things that we missed ourselves. For example, what Thomas came across was a bathtub is made to relax, then why is it never nice to sit in? Why is it not ergonomically designed like a lazy chair? So he decided to design a bathtub based on a design of a lazy chair. And you see it here, it's quite an intricate design. It took a long time to make all the molds. And if you look really closely, then you see that the fiberglass reinforced polyester marble mix that is actually the tub itself is slightly bulging out in between the wooden frame. That's all hand bent. And he did that by making a first frame and making a bag in it, filling it with water, and use that tension to create the final mold for the bathtub. And we actually launched this back in 2012. And back then we launched it, we showcased it in Milan, the furniture fair, and we got a lot of really great responses. However, what we didn't like, or what we found difficult with this project and with this product, is that it's only available for the happy few, because it's such an intricate design. It takes such a long time to make and to produce. And the materials that we use are quite expensive. So these bathtubs, they go for over 10,000 euros. So they're not cheap. And although they're valuable, so they're worth that amount of money, we would like to be able to design things that everyone could have in their homes, that everyone can use. And I want to showcase a little bit, when we finished our studies, what the design landscape looked like. So again, we're talking 2006, 2007. And basically what everybody wanted back then was to work with a gallery. Have a gallery give you commissions and just design what you want. And then the gallery would find buyers, preferably collectors, for your work. And it would usually be only a few. You would make like an edition of 8 pieces plus 1 artist proof, and then you would make your money with the sale together with the gallery. So the gallery would take a large portion, and they would actually pre-finance the production of it. So that's one thing that you could make your money. Then obviously there's the other thing, the working for a brand, working on a royalty base. These vases, for example, were by a Dutch designer called Hella Jongerius, and she made them for IKEA. And they actually asked her to design something for them because they wanted a designer who would look at the production facility as well and would take the workers into account. So what she did is she designed one shaped vase, and then it was made at 4 different facilities, and each facility was somewhere where the people had a specific way of decoration that they were really good at, and she used that decoration in the vases. So the workers, the production facility were actually celebrated in the final design. But obviously, these vases went for like 40 euros, which wasn't cheap for IKEA, but if you think about the product that is, it's actually not that expensive, and they're not for sale at IKEA anymore, but they are a collector's item now. Oh yeah, and remember the pink vase in the front. And then the final thing, final way to make money by commission is by commissioned work, and that could be anything. So this is, for example, a coat rack system that a Dutch designer designed for a Dutch museum, but this can also be a research project, which is obviously super cool to do, or it could be as simple as designing a specific cabinet for an office or for your next door neighbor. These are all commissions, but you can also design something yourself and bring it to market yourself. And that's what, for example, Mr. Maria did with this Miffy lamp, who they launched, I think they launched this back in 2010, all made by them. They pre-financed their own molds to rotation cast it, and they finished each Miffy by hand in a cellar that was actually close to a studio that we had at the time. Now, like I said before, the three of those parts are dependent on collaboration. I'm gonna turn up my Siri. Three of those ways of making money are depending on collaboration, and there's only one that you could do. You know, if you don't have a gallery that wants to work with you, or if you don't have a portfolio yet that could entice brands to work with you, or if you simply don't have somebody to give you a commission, you are forced to make your money with self-produced products. And I just want to showcase a little bit of the difficulties with this before I go ahead and share what we do. Because if you self-produce your product, then there are a lot of things that you have to consider. And one important thing is pricing. How can you design something that people will actually buy? It has to be of a certain quality, but it cannot be too expensive. People should be able to use it. It has to be durable. How can you, well, it's important that the price is right. So for example, the production, if you can produce something for, say, 20 euros, and this includes everything. So this includes the materials, it includes the warehouse where it's made, it includes the hours that are spent making it, shipping the products, it includes packaging up until store presence packaging. Say you can do all that for 20 euros. How much do you think the eventual consumer price will be? And I'd like you to just, you know, keep a number in mind. What do you think? If I can make something for 20 euros, which is actually not that much money. I mean, if you think about hours and how, like, salary per hour, 20 euros is not a lot. So think about how can you, what will the consumer price be? Well, in the production, as a designer, you actually have not made any money yet. So production, 20 euros. But as a designer, you want to make some money as well. I mean, you haven't seen any returns on the investment of all the time you spend designing the product, on all the prototypes you made, all the materials, all the models. You probably need to spend some money for marketing and sales. You have to go to fairs. You have to pay for your own your house, no, actually your workshop. You have to pay for your insurances, everything that involves your business. And then on the other hand, you also, in the end, want to be able to eat. So you need to be able to pay for your food. If you have kids, they need to go to swimming lessons. You have to pay everything. So as a designer, you also want to make money from the design that you made. And in general, what we say is, all right, as a designer, you double the production costs, so you will also make the 20 euros. So that's double. So then you get to a 40 euro price that you sell the product for. But we're not there yet, because as a designer, you only have like a small circle that you can sell your product directly to. Of course, you can grow it. But to start with, if you have something that you need to sell to a lot of people to actually make a profit, then you need shops. And stores also have a lot of costs that they need to cover with the product that they sell from you. They have the store, like the place that they need to rent the store. Usually they have people working for them. They have large costs when it comes to marketing. They have a large cost when it comes to insurance. Also, they need to have a little extra to the price to cover any non-sold stock, so like unsold insurance. And then they also, eventually, the people running the store also need to pay for their own house and their own food. They want a salary out of it as well. So what the store usually does is double it again. So the designer bought it for 20 euros or paid 20 euros to have a product made, then sells it for 40 euros to the store. And the store then usually makes the price 80 euros. I'm going to do the Ukrainian money in a bit as well, because I did the math. Then in the Netherlands, we're not there yet, and I'm sure you have value-added tax or VAT in Ukraine as well. In the Netherlands, it's 21%. So if the store would want to sell something for 80 euros or want to make 80 euros on something, they'd add 21% value-added tax, which is 16.80, and the consumer price of something that is made for 20 euros would be almost 100 euros. And I did it in hryvnia as well. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, but 685 hryvnia to make something turns into almost 3,300 hryvnia to sell in a shop. And I just want to give this to you because I see a lot of designers who think that if I use something and if it's, for example, a cheap material or a circular material, then I can make something, I can just add up to the material cost, but there's a lot of costs that you need to calculate to get to the final price. And you want to be smart about this, so you won't accidentally sell yourself short. Now, in order for you to, or for us, to design something that would be available in stores, even if the high-end design stores like this, we'd have to make a lot of them. You'd have to start production, scale up production if you want to keep the price down. And as a designer, this is actually what we saw. We had the bathtub, and we really wanted to design something that was a lot more affordable, that everyone could buy, which means we have to scale up production. But if we have to scale up production, there's a lot of pre-financing we need to do. And it was 2013, and we decided to look into something that we could crowdfund. And we actually had an idea because we love plants, but we were super bad at keeping them alive. And we looked into all things that were there already to help plants survive. And there were a lot of watering devices, but what we missed was something that was actually made of nice materials and that you wouldn't want to hide. So instead of something that you'd still have to think about, I should refill it every once in a while, we would make something that would be a natural way of giving off water, and that would also be visual. So you would immediately see if it's empty, you need to fill it, and the water will slowly seep through. So we designed Waterworks, and this is how it works. The main component is the terracotta cone. Terracotta is porous, so we only glaze the cone till around half of it, and then we would put the reservoir filled with water on top of the cone. Water would go into the walls of the cone because they're porous, and then it would make a connection with the surrounding soil. Basically what it does, it gives off its moisture level. So that's a very natural process, natural way of watering your plant, and a plant that extracts water from the soil faster also pulls a bit on this system a bit faster, and gets a natural balance into watering the plants. So we designed this in 2013 and went with Dutch Design Starter. It was a new Dutch design crowdfunding platform at the time. And it was the first time we did this. And we thought it would be, the reason to do this was not only to make enough money so we could pre-finance a first batch, because especially the glassware and the packaging, we needed to order 1,000 from, but also that way we could test if our idea would actually be something that people would want to buy. And if they would, then we would immediately have proof of concept to any shop. We would say, all right, but we managed to sell that many of them in this period of time, so it's a product that people really like. So we started crowdfunding during the Dutch Design Week of 2013, and in 2014 we finished, and we luckily made it. And there's a lot more that we learned from this. We learned a great deal about marketing your own product and selling your own product, which we kind of liked. So we thought, well, let's go ahead and add another product to our portfolio. We had Waterworks, we had the nice packaging, we already sold it to shops, But we noticed a lot of shops are not really interested in buying only one thing from a company. They prefer to buy, to buy a lot of things, because every little thing that they have to buy, every other shop or designer that they buy from means extra paperwork. And shops are busy. So they prefer to buy 4 things at one company as opposed to 4 things at 4 different companies. So we thought, all right, we need to add something to it. And we love researching materials, like I think any designer does, especially techniques, especially Thomas, who really loves just being in the workshop and getting his hands dirty and researching, experimenting. So we had his lamps that he designed at his graduation project at the Design Academy. And what he did was, porcelain is slip cast in plaster molds. And he would, instead of adding a decoration to the porcelain at a later period, so as a second layer after the first firing, he actually added the decoration to the plaster mold. And by doing so, he didn't only add the decoration, he also changed the material. He changed the plaster mold, making the porcelain thinner in places where the decoration was set. So you see a very nice shine through right there in the lamps. And we figured we want to see, because that could be a very efficient way of producing a cup or anything from porcelain, that you don't have to actually add the extra layer of decoration, but you can do the whole piece, including decoration, during the casting process. So we did research with Fonds Quadraat. That is a Dutch material research fund, actually, that you can lend money from to do a research. So we did research with Fonds Quadraat's help. And we came up with this series of In the Clouds, because we looked at the old Delft blue porcelainware that often has like windmills on there, or boats, anything, and there'll be a few clouds, and then in between the clouds there'd be a few birds, and then there'd also be we added, for example, we made the clouds very graphic, and then we added this plane, so there were plane spotting and bird spotting cups. And we did this, but main thing we learned from this is not so much that obviously we love experimenting, but also that to design a cup that's made in the Netherlands and to want to sell it, you'd have to make thousands of them to keep the price low, as I just shown you in the example. And you can get away with designing something that's 25 euros for a cup, but it has to be super special, because you can get really nice cups at any store for only 2 euros in the Netherlands, or maybe even less at some stores. Don't go to those stores. So we found out that the In the Clouds cups were a lot harder to sell to stores than our waterwork sets, who'd actually have an extra function. And because we didn't know for sure if we wanted to be selling our own stuff when we ran into these difficulties, we decided to explore whether we could work together with brands a bit more. So luckily, the Creative Industries Fund of the Netherlands set out an open call to pitch for products for a company that would create products, and we answered to that call, and we made a pitch for Pols Potten, which is a large Dutch brand, very eclectic, has a very eclectic collection, and we designed this collection of lamps. And these are actually 4 different lamps, but because each consists of 2 different parts, you could exchange them. For 4 different designs, you could make 16 different lamps. And lo and behold, we won, and we got to work with Pols Potten. And the first thing we learned is they wanted to use the factories that they already had, that they already were working with. And they had this really nice factory that was working with cast aluminum with a bronze finish, and they had a glass factory. So instead of porcelain that we designed it in, they wanted to make it into those materials. So we went ahead and made renders and redesigned them. We went from 4 to 3, and these are the 3. So you have rectangular and triangular and the more straight lines. So it took a while. This this production process, the whole development, it took a while, and mainly because eventually the glass companies said they couldn't make a hole this large and make sure it's always the right size to fit on the cast aluminum. So long story short, we went back to the porcelain, but instead of making it something that you could interchange, we made two lamps that you could actually, that were just the shapes that we designed. So there was the rectangular lamp, turn on and off, and the triangular lamp. And what we liked is that you really see the brims of the porcelain, of the molds, really strong when they're lit, but it's still porcelain, so it's still never perfect. So we did that, and we worked with a few other brands that we made projects for proposals. We wanted to do something with the bathtub because, remember, we love it, but we wanted to make it a bit more social. So we designed this bathtub together with a Dutch bathing company, and we wanted to work with brands. We also wanted to do more material research, so we decided to do a whole research project around the tension of materials, so wood, but also latex, so the natural stretch, and then also in porcelain, how can you catch that tension, how can you trap it? And this was in 2017, and all the while we've been working with Paul Spotte, we've been working with a Dutch garden center studio or range, and it actually, we found out that we didn't really get a say in the final projects that much. A lot of decisions were made based on money or based on how difficult it would become to actually produce something, whereas we love the puzzle of designing something that can actually be produced as well, and we love to look at, so what are the possibilities, how can we change the design so it can be made? And we noticed that we got really tired of being dependent on other parties. And around the same time, we moved from the Dutch city, Randstad area, to a more rural area. And we noticed that that was what we wanted. We wanted to work with this as a basis. We'd already been involved in sustainable design, but not so specific. So in 2018, we actually were a part of Driving Dutch Design, which was Daria was actually part of it as well, which was a program that's focused on professionalization of your company and also being able to pinpoint what you really like to do. And together with one of the coaches there, we developed our new catchphrase, durable products for easy green living. And be able to do that, and at the same time, noticing that we wanted to be independent as a designer, and we wanted to be able to design our own products and make our own choices when it comes to product development. That really gave us strength. So we have been working tirelessly since 2018 towards becoming as independent as we can and design the things that we really want. And they're all around sustainability or a green lifestyle, and very much about the everyday and also very functional. So we love the research, but we want to design stuff that you can actually use in your daily life and that can make a change in your behavior happen. So we also designed as first, we noticed, all right, so Waterworks was still selling quite well, also in stores, also when we weren't really pushing it that much. And because we knew that stores would rather buy stuff if they have like a collection they can choose from, we also came up with these. These are the flower constellations. So the durable brass discs. And because they're brass, you can use them again and again. They will not get rusty. They can get a patina, which we like because it becomes a tool. And you can fit them in vases because they have these rims, and you can push them in a lot of different sized vases, and then you can use the whole pattern to place your flowers and distribute them over the vase. So you can very easily use only a few flowers, so cut flowers from your own garden or leftover flowers from last week's bouquet. And because the flowers are spaced a bit more, you need fewer, and also they last longer because a lot of flowers tend to go bad because they are squished together and the stems don't get a lot of oxygen. So we created these in early 2018, and because we wanted to distribute these internationally, and we made 12 designs because the whole patterns in there come from the star sign. So we made 12 different designs. And in order to launch all those 12 designs, including the packaging, we needed pre-funding. So again, as we did with Waterworks, we looked at crowdfunding. But by now, crowdfunding has grown a bit bigger. So instead of going with the Dutch platform, we went with Kickstarter, which you probably know. And we launched this in March 2018, and we were successful after 11 days. We were super happy about it, and you can ask me all about how we did that later. I'm just going to say we're happy about it. We got to more than 150%, which was just as well, because obviously during the production phase, things did not go as smoothly as we'd hoped, so we ended up using all that money for the production, and we got to launch them in August of 2018. At the same time, we wanted this independence. So there you go. This is actually Aquarius. It's Aquarius time now. So anyone who has their birthday now could use an Aquarius flower constellation to arrange their flowers. That said, we only went for the constellations because we like that it's a random pattern as opposed to something that's straight or circular. So there you go. They were also picked up by public. They had a lot of publications, which was really nice. Now, we also wanted to design larger things still, and we wanted to design the things we wanted and that we needed. So when we needed a cabinet in our own house, we decided to look into how can we make that circular, because a cabinet uses a lot of material. And we came across these old metal filing cabinets. I'm sure you know them. A lot of times companies, they reorganize, and these cabinets, they are just being thrown out because they're not used that much anymore, because more offices are becoming paperless. And there are warehouses filled with these cabinets, and they're all slightly different in size, but in general, they're kind of the same base. And they're a sturdy base. These metal cabinets can, they're made to last for decades. So we took a base, a corpus, so to say, of one of those metal filing cabinets, and remade that into something that would actually be something that you could take into your home with full oak doors and the oak standard that it's on. So it's elevated a bit, and it becomes something that's really different to the gray filing cabinet, and really turned into a very large cupboard that is very, very good to hold all your stuff. So this is the first prototype, and we designed the doors and the base in a way that we could actually very easily change the measurements, and that we made a program that would actually calculate the new measurements for the doors, and we could very easily make it to any cabinet. So we also made these cabinets, but in order for us to make this circular project something that would really go full circle, we looked into companies that would make these and that could help us create like a large line of these. And one of the companies who does that in the Netherlands is Arend. What they do is they make these cabinets, but they're also very well known for doing the full interior design or project design for companies, for offices. And then they also always take out all the old stuff and then put in the new stuff. And we thought it would be so cool if we could work together with this company to refurbish offices, and they would take out the old filing cabinets, and then we would refurbish them in a circular way, and they would actually, the same cabinets would be placed back into that office. So we ended up working together with Arend, and we noticed that we have sold a few of these cabinets personally, but the projects, they're written into a lot of tenders of large refurbishments of municipal buildings. So we hope to really work together with Arend on that soon. And actually what they asked us is they also get back a lot of the tabletop parts, the desks. You know, these desks are usually, they're made of high density laminate, high pressure laminate they call it Cyrano, HPL, you can also say. And that's very difficult to recycle material because it's so high density. But it's also very sturdy. And people are throwing it out because they prefer real wood now, or you know, they don't like the finish of it. And it's so sturdy. So they asked us to come up with a way to reuse that as well. So we made new designs. And these are renders that you could actually use. We can use that material for the doors, making these cabinets 95% circular, because all we did was add new hinges and a new layer of paint, and the rest of the material is actually refurbished or recycled. So these are renders, but we've also made them. So this is one where you get, this is a photograph of one of the cabinets that we made for another client of ours. And this is made with the HPL tabletop material. And what we like is it becomes very graphic. So we did add a thin layer of wood on it, but you still see the black borders of it where you see the material shine through. And so we do like working together with companies. However, we like to be able to have a say in the production process and in the product development phase. And that's also what we did with iLluminate, which is a Dutch brand, actually a lighting brand, and they have a lot of social projects all over the world where they design or where they make lamps. And they didn't have a project yet in the Netherlands, because in the Netherlands, work is usually quite expensive. And they wanted to work with a social workplace, but it was difficult because you have a lot of things that you need to take into account. So they asked us to look into designing something that could specifically be made at the workplace. And we designed these lamps. It's Ren and Kiwi. And actually we designed the frames to be shipped flat back to the social workplace, where they could fit in like a puzzle without the need for any glue or any nails. And then the slats could be woven through. And these white slats are actually aluminum, or as you might know it, from Luxaflex. And we started out designing these with reused Luxaflex because they're thrown out a lot, we noticed. But for a company like iLluminate, who needs to sell thousands of lamps or hundreds of lamps that look exactly the same, that wasn't an option. So we couldn't go full circular. But we found out that actually Luxaflex is 97.8% recycled aluminum. So they're still very low footprint lamps. And next to the Luxaflex aluminum version, we've also made this version, which is made from, well, the same base, slightly different design to fit the bamboo, but these bamboo slats that are that's fast growing material, obviously. So it's also low footprint. And again, no glue, no nails whatsoever. So it's very easy to take apart or to repair if one slat gets broken, or recycle when you're done with it. So that's these. Next to that, we have the smaller products, and then we have the larger products, and then we're still expanding our smaller products. And this is a design that we once did for a company, but they shelved it because they thought it would be too difficult to make. And it was one of the reasons why we decided we wanted to become independent designers. So we made this, the Helios, out of it. It's based on the same idea as the flower constellation. So it's a brass disc that you can fit into multiple vessels. Because of these rims, you push it in and you can actually fit the star shape. As you see here, you can fit it to, for example, for an avocado pit, but also small waterlogged plants, or basically anything you can grow on water. Cuttings, also very easy to grow cuttings. And if you're ready to take it out, you can just fold back the star a bit more, take it out, fold it back, and use it for another plant as well. So these were launched after the flower constellations last year. And because so many people kept asking us, make a flower constellation, please, for a larger vase, for one of those IKEA Hella vases that I showed you in the beginning, we also designed this Ophiuchus flower constellation. And just so you know, Ophiuchus is also the unofficial 13th star sign. So that's actually the Hella vase. It's one of those collector's items that I showed you from IKEA. Super happy with it. And because, so our goal is to design what we like. And a lot of the designs that we make are actually quite intricate, and they take, you know, you have to think about every little thing to make it efficient in production and keep it cheap. And then there's this. We designed also these Be Happy flower cards. They're printed on flower paper, so you can actually sew this and wildflowers grow out of it. And this is actually one of these things that, you know, if we just want to design something fun, illustration graphically, we design a new card, and it gives us the opportunity to also like play into anything that's going on in the world, for example, now. So we've had a lot of fun with these, and they're like a creative freedom that we've given ourselves, which is a lot of fun to do. Then what we actually love best is researching, as I said before, and you don't often get a chance to do that in a design project, unfortunately. Luckily last year we had the chance, well, not last year, 2019, but we forget 2020. Oh yeah, we changed this. I forgot to say, we changed Waterworks because it was too difficult to explain to people that they couldn't water the reservoirs through this spout. So we changed Waterworks and took out the cork, making it slightly cheaper and making it ready to be sold all over the world and easier to package. And that resulted into us winning the MKB Export Award last year, which is an award that would help us with our export ideas. We focused on Germany mainly, but we're also exporting to the US right now. And we won it, and it was supposed to be a huge celebration. So 2020 was looking up all the way up until halfway March when the celebration was supposed to take place, but obviously was cancelled due to COVID. And it wasn't the best year to win an export award, but we're still super happy, and we actually got to talk to a Minister of Foreign Trade, Kaag, who personally in a video chat awarded us the MKB Export Award 2019 in May. And we will still get the perks of it next year when everything's possible again. So, as I was saying, research. You don't often get the chance to actually do a project that you can research in. And that's exactly why we want to create more freedom for ourselves and be independent to do projects like this. And this was actually done together with ABN AMRO. And Carissa was just talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. And we also looked at them for this project. We looked at what can we change in our daily lives to live more sustainably, and how can we make a product that can help us with that. And what we came across was that, okay, we're good with the plants and the flowers now, but what we still do is we still throw out a lot of food, and especially a lot of fresh food, fruits, vegetables, because we're not sure how to store them in the best way. And we did a research on how to store each piece of fruit and vegetable, because, you know, some emit ethylene, and the ethylene gas is a ripening gas, which is great if you want to ripen, for example, an avocado faster. But if you don't, then you best keep those fruits away from the other fruits, because they can negatively impact the ripening process, but also the taste of, example, bell peppers, paprikas. Each vegetable and fruit has a different way of storing it. Some need to be stored in the dark, some can be stored by daylight. A lot of them need to be stored in a slightly cooler environment, but not so much the fridge, but slightly like 14 degrees, more like a cellar, and slightly moist. They like it as well. And in the Netherlands, almost no one has a cellar anymore. I don't know, maybe in Ukraine you have more cellars, but here, especially in the urban areas, there are hardly any cellars. So we looked into how can we create a low-tech solution for storing your fruits and your vegetables. And we created this Poma Ora series. And Poma Ora is Latin for fruit and vegetable. And it's a whole series where we looked into the specific needs of fruits and vegetables. For example, avocado. We really love avocado, but we always have, like, you buy 6, 7 avocados and they're all super hard, and then suddenly in about an hour they suddenly all turn super soft and you can't eat them anymore. Well, we designed this specifically for those avocados or mangoes or any ripening fruit, kiwi. You have the lower bowl that you can keep the stock in. Then you have the lid or the saucer that you put on top, and you put a few avocado in there with an apple that's actually emitting ethylene. Put the bell jar on it in glass, and it's slightly warmer. And in a more ethylene-rich environment, these top avocados will ripen faster than the ones in the bottom. So we also designed this for carrots, which you should actually keep best in a moist cloth in your fridge. And then this is actually the main component. This is the Patra Magnus, which means large bowl in Latin. It sounds a lot fancier than it is. But here we designed a compartmentalized fruit bowl. So you can keep the fruits and vegetables emitting ethylene, like apples, bananas, and tomatoes, away from other fruits that can be negatively impacted by them. So you keep them under the lid in the dark, and actually also slightly cooler, because the middle there's a spout that you can use to add water to the whole bowl, and the water will evaporate through the outer layer, the outer walls of it, and with the evaporation it will actually extract energy from its surroundings, creating a cooling effect. So it's slightly cooler, slightly more moist, and darker. So you get like a small cellar or a zeer pot on your tabletop. So we designed that and launched it last year during the we launched it. The first prototypes were on show during the Dutch Design Week. We officially launched the models for the production models for the Patra Magnus in February last year at Object Rotterdam, which was the last fair we got to take part in. And we didn't expect to sell a whole lot of the Patra Magnus, but it turns out that even that bit of exposure, we sold quite a few of them, and we're now rearranging our workshop to be able to produce everything. And this new way of selling products directly, because Patra Magnus is not that cheap, because it's all handmade, and we sell it directly to the end user to make sure that it's still affordable and there's not an extra double in price for the shops. And we still sell quite a few. So we're now going to explore this platform for us together with the Creative Industries Fund, to seeing how we can enlarge that and create even more creative freedom for us into everything we make. So that was our story. I'm sure it seems very haphazard and we've done a lot of different things, but it all comes back to us creating durable products for easy green living and wanting to be independent designers who decide to design their own products. So thank you for listening. I'd love to hear from you, and please ask me anything. Hope I can help.
Jana, thank you so much for such wonderful and inspiring presentation. It's really fantastic, and each item, it's so great for just normal everyday life. I mean, that it meets all requests of each family all over the world. Not only for the Netherlands, and I think that it's request also here. Even still, we have I don't remember in English this storage to storage underground.
Yeah.
We have many of such possibilities for those who live outside of Kiev, but for those who live in city, it's such a great possibility to meet this aesthetics at their home. So it's really genius. I also see some comments. It's really super inspiring. Thank you very much. I even can't make any more questions. It's such wonderful. And you mentioned that almost 14 years after graduation, you are working as designers.
Yeah.
And have you started immediately as independent, of how much time does it took to?
No, we didn't. We've always worked on our own design practices. We started immediately after finishing school, but we both had jobs for the first years. So I was an office manager at the design studio, which was a great job to learn a lot of things about how everything works. And Thomas actually worked at Droog Design, which is a Dutch design brand based in Amsterdam. He worked in the store, which also taught him a lot about how everything goes. And then we both taught as well. So Thomas was a teacher at the Willem de Koning Academy in Rotterdam till recently. And I did some side jobs as a workshop, a showroom, a project showroom manager in Amsterdam as well. But that was all a few years ago because we've moved to more rural areas 4 years ago now. And ever since, we've been focused on really gaining that independence and being able to work from here, from the headquarters. And we're now both full-time in the company. And the company started in 2013, 2014. And I think we have, we've gradually put more time into it. I've been working full-time since 2015 on House of Tol, and Thomas was working 4 days a week and 1 day in Rotterdam until last summer, and it's full-time House of Tol now as well. And when I say full-time or 4 days a week, I mean every free time, like all the time, obviously, because it's also our child.
Great. But you received, I suppose that you achieved really a great result during this short period of time, I would say. Great. It's really inspiring.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I have to finish our discussion because we have very limited time frame for our practicum. So I hope that we'll keep in touch and we'll meet in the Netherlands, maybe during Dutch Design Week or during some other design events. I would like to also to see these products in presence.
Да, возможно, мы сможем пригласить вас, когда...
Yes, maybe we will be able to invite you when we have such an opportunity, and maybe you will see our nature and our cellars and our vegetables and fruits, which are very rich.
Иностранные спикеры, мы сразу...
When the foreign speakers are coming, we definitely bring them to the markets. We show them the different pots which are done with the conservated fruits and vegetables by our older ladies, where you can see without any label what's in this pot. So the foreign speakers have lots of impressions about our food and nature and about our hospitality. So we would be really happy to invite you to us.
Oh, we'd love to come and experience that. Definitely.
So we hope that we'll definitely have, you definitely have to come here because you'll find a lot of inspiration also.
I can imagine, yeah.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Our hugs and heart from our studio in Ukraine.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Bye. Bye. І зараз ми переходимо до нашого...
And right now we would like to get to our next speaker who has also is enrooted to Ukraine. She has been born in Ukraine and currently she lives in the Netherlands, Dasha Stepanko. So Daria, are you with us here? Yes, we already see you here. Dasha is a social designer. She's the final speaker for our today's practice and for our today's workshop. She has been into architecture and social design. She has graduated the Eindhoven's Design Academy. She has been involved into project interconnectedness between human bodies and the projected spaces where people operate. In Dasha's work, she combines the tools of performance, of fashion, microbiology, social and spatial collaboration, and Dasha is considering the future in the different formats in her artistics projects, in her research project, curatorship project, artistic management and education.
Well, we won't take Daria's time and bread. We'd like just to say that 2020 for you has been a very positive one. You've won an annual international BioArt Design Award, and its aim is for the young artists and designers to get to know how to experiment with biotechnologists and to expand the limits of the art and science. So at the intersection of such two powerful directions when you're working now, and you're now the scientific assistant of the Department of Microbiology of Utrecht University. So you're researching the biotextile and teaching in the Arts Institute, ARTES. I hope I didn't forget anything, so I give the floor to you. Yes, everything was just perfect, thank you.
English speakers, I decided to do the presentation in Ukrainian as I'm from Ukraine, but yeah, there's some English text, so I hope it will be clear. Добре, переходжу на українську і починаю.
So okay, I'm going to switch to Ukrainian and I'm going to start to share the screen. So I think you can see that properly. Okay, good, great. So, first of all, it's a big pleasure for me to be here and to be among those really interesting people and discuss those important topics with you. And I do believe that you have already discussed it really effectively on how to value a person, how to work with different objects, of how to use this human-oriented and person-oriented approach in design and how to collaborate with a person. So I would like to very briefly to discuss how we can collaborate with human, but to get an important part of it, the non-human centered design. Not to discuss the not only the human-centered design and human-centered approach, but to discuss the other ways how we can collaborate with non-human objects. So yes, I'm just going to give a couple of words about my own experience, and the moderators has introduced me in the best way, but still I would like to introduce myself as well. I usually present myself as an artist and a designer. This is a combination that slightly changes in different variations, and those two words, they constantly change their collaboration between one of them too. So they're, you know, they're mix up, they're becoming of different size, different shapes. They're always struggling to find the ways and domination one over another. So the change of these words, they change depending on the project, depending on who the client is, depending who's based. As one of my friends has said, sometimes in between the artist and the designer, a researcher rises. So it's all combined in some way. In my practices, I'm using, in both in the artistics and the designer practice, I'm using the elements of the social design and the social constructions. I'm using the elements of the space design, of the performance, and starting from not that long ago, I'm using the elements of biodesign as well. Sometimes all of these notions, they disappear, designer disappears, artist disappears, and the only thing that is left is human itself. So human, the person is basically a person that is in the certain environment of animals, plants, that is connected to different objects and that is connected to the avatar, cyborgs, and other unknown objects overall. And we are creating this very big network and ecosystems of those people who populate our planet. And basically, this web is something that really inspires me and something that I am trying to show in all of my projects. Yes, as far as the moderators have already said that I'm coming from Ukraine, I'm originally from Ukraine, then I've moved to the Netherlands when I have been living in Eindhoven for 2 years. Later on, I moved to Maastricht when I have been participating in the art design residence, then I moved to Amsterdam, and then I moved to Rotterdam. This is the place where I'm currently residing. I have founded my own studio here in Rotterdam, but in the recent year, for this year, I haven't been there for quite a long period of time because 3 times a week I have been visiting Utrecht to study in my university, and I as well I visited Arnhem because I am teaching alternative interactive design there. So today I would like to tell you of a project, or that is basically not that much as a project, but more as an adventure that has happened to me throughout this year. This is an adventure between the 3 cities, Eindhoven, Maastricht, and Rotterdam. The title of this project is Fertilize. It's not translated into Ukrainian. There's something that is left like that. So the project Fertilize project, it's not finished yet. We're still continuing the work on this project. And this project is been made in collaboration with the University of Utrecht. The project has happened to me, basically, and I was very lucky. I was very lucky to receive a grant, an award of the Dutch award that is called the Bio Art and Design Award. It's called the so-called BAD Award. The project is, well, this year is basically the 10th year this award to be provided. This project has been created by the 3 organizations, the ZONMW. This is an organization that is providing the research in healthcare and the research in healthcare. There is also the MU organization, MU. I think that everyone who has ever visited the Eindhoven's Dutch Design Week, then you know the MU Gallery, because this is, I guess, one of the best exhibitions that usually happen there, that take place there. For example, last year, the MU has provided a very interesting exhibition that is called The Object is Absent. And when we go into the Dutch Design Weeks, we have there are so many objects that we have even raised the question that, you know, everything is already there. So is there something that the design can be than just the object itself? How we can consider that, how we can position that. And the third initiator of this grant is the Bio Art Laboratories. So this is the organization based in Eindhoven that supports the collaboration between people, for multidisciplinary collaboration between people who have the ideas and who would like to work in bio project. There is a lab there and the resources that really give you the opportunity to create those projects, make these projects to life. So how this grant works and how this design works. So those designers, those people, those artists who have ideas, who work in the sphere of bio design, they send their portfolios, they send their ideas, and out of those ideas, a short list is created out of 10 participants. Then those 10 participants, they're going to be invited, and they start to collaborate with research institutions, with the scientists and researchers of the institution, and then start to discuss their ideas. Kind of a speed dating for the designers and artists. And the designers and artists that have been chosen, they have the opportunity to talk to 3 people
якщо є якесь взаємопорозуміння та
Three
взаємний
people from the universities, if they have the mutual interest and mutual understanding, then the designer or the artist, they have this opportunity to keep on developing their joint offer with the institutes and with the researcher. So then all of those joint ideas that's going to be pitched, all of those ideas, and out of those ideas, the 3 projects have been are selected. They are granted with the money support out for half a year grant support in order to implement this project into life. That is why I've decided I would like to apply for that. And the moment when I have applied, I have been working on a project, but this project was basically, and you know, as I was always interested in fur, but I was always interested in fur, but not fur as the part of the animal's leather, but I was really interested in fur as a pattern of smaller elements. And it was very interesting for me to work on the fur that would be of the plant-based and plants-originating fur. And I'm not going to be mentioning the overall problematics of fur overall. It is always also there and it is also present, but it was very interesting for me of how you can actually literally grow fur. So in order to do that, I have completed many experiments. This project has never been my main activity, so I was doing that always in my free time. Let us put that this way, in my domestic conditions. But still, I've started to grow this living fabrics. And I have never considered this project as a ready-made product. For me, that was more of a manifesto. I really wanted to give this paradigm. I wanted to shift this paradigm of a human-centered relations. So this idea was that we are wearing something live, you know, living organisms, living plants as clothes. So clothes is something that we wear because clothes is something that's always secondary. And, you know, people, they're always wearing something, and the clothes there have a certain, they serve people. And with this project, I wanted to shift this relationship so that the clothes would have their own value. So this was the experiment, this was the idea for this experiment. And I was, for example, wearing these clothes under rain, and this rain has provided additional food for these clothes. So, you know, the person has to look for the rain to make this clothes continue lasting. So that was a complex opinion to show actually that it's not all human-centered. There are some other ideas and other connections under relations between people and clothes. And in this case, to create the certain relations between human and plants. And I have used this project, this manifesto, in those artistic projects. For example, this is the very big greenhouse. For almost a year ago, I have been to Ireland, and I was invited to participate in the St. Patrick's Day, when there's a huge parade and everyone is wearing green clothes. And I was invited to create those green costumes. The green costumes, so that all of the city of Galway, that is a city located in Ireland, so all of the people who are living in the city would wear something that lives. It was very interesting because when you're wearing something that is alive, it actually changes your behavior, it changes your movements. And it was a very interesting aspect for me, if we're going to have this connection with nature, how it's going to influence our movements, our behavior, because then all of the patterns of the clothes that's going to be changed as well, because there's going to be a living organism that you're wearing, and it's going to change all of us. But unfortunately, this parade hasn't happened because of COVID-19, but still you can see how it all took place, how all of the preparations and how all of these future costumes were grown. Then there is another example, and as Eva already has said, that throughout your own body when you're actually wearing this living creature, living organisms, and you're feeding it with the rain. I have to mention this project as well because a very interesting case. This is the Inisheer Island in Ireland, and this one of the three of the Aran Islands. And what you can see here at this picture, this is how it looks like from above. So basically, this is one big stone, if we can say that, one big rock. And you know, these stripes, those are the smaller stones. And you can see that have been created throughout this million of years. Why have they been created? Because it used to be an island. And when the people got to this island, they really needed to find the food, to grow something, to feed themselves. And there was nothing there. There was no trees, no plants there. So what did they do? So they basically went to the sea. They've gathered some of the plants from there and some of the algae from there, and they've built up it to the stones, and they built this fences with the stones, and later on the algae they've started to rotten, and so the soil appeared. And basically this is the soil that they actually could have grown their own foods. So all of these green cells, this is the result of the rotten algae. But this is something that happened a long time ago. What is happening right now? So right now, all of that has been provided from the mainland to this island. So right now, there's no need for the people to grow anything at all. And you can see that by the sea itself, you can see there's no greenery by the river line. And as far as people no longer collect this algae and there's no longer developed this greenery, so the island turns to gray again. And with the help of this project and with the help of my manifesto of these living plants, I really wanted to create a performance that would symbolically turn something green back to this island. So together with the local residents, we have had an idea of growing these variable fields, that you can wear actually, and with the local population, with the local residents, we grown these fields, and then with our bodies we have brought it to these gray zones that used to be green. So that was the way how we restored, how we brought back the greenery to this island, and I wanted to show you a part of that process.
Це якраз була частина, яка колись була зелена.
This is basically was the part that used to be green, but you can see there are some parts of greenery. There's a dry up grass over there, so you can see there's no greenery at this moment right now, just the stones. But basically that's very sad because that's all happened during the COVID pandemic, so the collaboration with the people of the island was not possible because of the pandemic. So once again, the only thing that I could do is to carry all of those green pieces, the pieces of the greenery to those places. I had to carry it on my own body.
Тобто це приклади того, як...
So that was just an example of how I could use, how I have used my own manifesto to start that. The manifesto worked, but at some point I've had another question rising. Okay, what next should I do? What should I do with this project next? Because I would really like to continue with this project in some way, because it has already run out of being just a manifesto. It really has already completed its task. And I wanted to show you the video of the process, how it all has happened, how it all took place. And there was another moment there that all of the structures, they were all really temporary. So the maximum lifespan was around a month, around the 2 months. Then what I did later on, I've driven them up and used the routing systems. Use the routes. But there was another question raising, can I make it a little bit longer? Can I make it a more prolonged in time? And how I can use the overall potential of that? How we can use the potential that all of these plants can grow on the garments, on the fabrics. And that was the moment when I have applied for the BAD awards, and together with already my portfolio, I have passed throughout their competition, and I've started to the discussion level with all of the scientists and researchers who work in the Netherlands. And on the right, you can see what I was thinking of. So, there was the best case scenario for me. I didn't know what is possible and what's not, but what I really wanted to use these opportunities of the leather, of how the skin, how the leather provides the water, how the leather evaporates the water, so that the plants will feed in on that to make it different a buffer, because the plants can be at the level of the plant. So I wanted to use mycelium, and I'm going to tell you what mycelium is, but it should become this a transit, a medium for the water from the evaporation, from the centers of the moisture from this skin to the plants. So that is why this is the list of some of the institutions that this grant has offered the collaboration with. This is the institution that you could have worked with. And it was very nice conversation that I've had with the University Institution of the Microbiology with the Department of Mycology. And the head of this department, Han Osten. And in this way, we have had our interests. We find the interest together in that, and we've started to work with this project. So a little bit on Han Weston. He's the main focus is in microbiology and bioarts, biology of the environment and design, and mycelium design. So basically everyone who works with mushrooms and mycelium, they know Han, they're acquainted with him, and he is very active in promoting the collaboration between the scientists, artists, designers, and businesses. So that's why, yes, he's a very renowned person in some certain circles. So as soon as we have started the conversation, we have actually forgotten about this very hard idea with this collaboration between skin, water, moisture, and plants. But what was interesting that in the Netherlands, there is a big lack for land. So they don't have a lot of agricultural land because of the very high level of urbanization. This actually means that, and that is a very important thing for the future, and which is already important now, what now can already be seen, but in the future there will definitely be the lack of the horizontal spaces to grow food. So that is why there's a logical issue that has arisen. There was a logical question, can we grow food vertically? Yes, it's possible, but if we look a step further, so is it possible to grow food on our own bodies? The next logical question would be how we can do that, and can we combine fashion and agriculture? And how to do that, how to take the problematics and the methods of work with both of the disciplines, how can we combine them, and what can we do out of that? So those were the main questions that we've started our collaboration with. And now I will tell you a little bit about what mycelium is. So for those people who do not know what that is, we know what mushroom is. So you know what mushrooms are, and this is the mushrooms. But you know, in English it's called basically the fruiting body. So if we will combine it and compare it to a table, then a mushroom is like a fruit. And we do not see the main roots of it. Everything that happens in the mushroom happens underground. And the mushroom roots, everything that happens underground is called the mycelia. So basically, this is the father and the mother. This is the parents of the mushrooms. This is something how they produce children and other mushrooms. So the product that we see overall on this is the product that we call the mushroom is actually the product of something that happens under the ground. So another, you can see these are the roots of the mushrooms. You can see what it looks like, that it has been very, very widespread. Another point that was very interesting for me to learn about the mushrooms there are mostly connected with a symbiotic relationship with other different cultures and other different creatures around us. This is something that we should learn from, because everything around us is interconnected. Everything helps one another. Sometimes maybe bothers one another, but everything works properly. You know, even the mushrooms, we couldn't have been survived without the mushrooms, because if there was no mushrooms, it wouldn't have been biodegradable. Nothing would be biodegradable. So this is a very important process, the process of the mycorrhizas. This is the process when the plants that grow from a seed, and they might be either edible or no, there might be trees. So when they are starting to grow, they're starting the symbiotic connection with the mushrooms. And the mushrooms and the plant, they're both winning out of this relationship. It's much easier for them to collaborate with one another. So this is the process of the mycorrhizas. So the mycorrhiza is basically there is this white color and the circles. This is the process of the mycorrhiza growing. So this is something that really helps the trees to grow. So we have started out with this process, with an inspiration, and the main principle that we wanted to use in our process, the symbiotic process of how different species can help one another in order to create something new. Another notion that we have borrowed basically from the agricultural notions, I guess. The people who have been dealing with that, even the people who have been just planting some certain crops, who are growing their food, you actually might know that if you will have the legumes, then basically you will already increase the fertilization of the land, of the ground. So basically you can sow something next that is going to be giving the best harvest next year. So for example, if you will plant broccolis to the place the legumes were planted before, then these broccolis grow much better and much easier, because already in the soil the nitrogen fixation process has happened. So that was another point for us to start with, to be working with the agricultural moments. So the beans, and basically what is being said under the beans, so you know, the peas, peanuts, which was absolutely shocking for me that peanuts is legumes as well. So the soy, the red beans, the black beans, newt. So all of that has been included into the beans and legumes. So let us now get back to fashion. So we are trying to combine the agriculture and fashion. And in this case, this table, then you can see from above, you can see the very traditional, straightforward, linear approach of fashion. So what is done, how it's going to be done. The newest thing, the better it is. It's still now changing, but there is still the traditional value that we had. If the newer it is, the most value it has. So when you go in some kind of a second-hand use, then it's going to be lower and lower. The third-hand and recycle, you are actually devaluating the value. We wanted to question this cycle as well. And we wanted to provide the reversed value, to give it the principle of the agricultural principle. We wanted to have this piece of clothes. We wanted to have this garment, this coat, this overcoat in this case, that with every next cycle of usage would grow in its value. So the value would only increase with every next cycle. So that is why, what have we thought about it, and how did we see that, why we wanted it to happen? So yes, there is the human body. Well, first of all, the first cycle. Yes, we have a very primitive net, and if you will think of it, that it might be kind of a blown coat, so it looks like a web. So this is the first level that we have. Then we wanted to fill it with hay. So it's just like, we would just put a lot of straws, a lot of hay into that, and it becomes warmer. So the most important thing that you're adding up new value to that, because now it's going to be very warm because there is a lot of straw in that, and it's going to keep you warm. Later that's going, now we already have the straw coats. Then we are planting the mycelium into that. So mycelium, which means the root system of the certain mushrooms. Why do we use straws for that? Because the mushroom, the mycelium, is going to be eating on the straw. So that is why at this moment we inhabit this. We provide this small cell of mycelium, and the mushroom starts to eat out on the straw, to feed on the straws, and it covers all the coat over, and the coat becomes smoother, becomes much softer. You don't feel the straw anymore. It's not really picky anymore. So it also becomes wind resistant and water resistant. Thus, again, the value is increased. It becomes nice and white. Cool. Next stage and next cycle of use. The next cycle of use is growing mushrooms, because as far as you understand, mycelium is only the rooting system of the mushroom. It's not mushroom yet itself. So in the third cycle, we would really like to have this mushroom on. So that is why we're waiting for some certain period of time. We're doing a little bit of machinations again, and out of this white coat, out of this rooting systems, the mushroom starts to grow, and we have the fur, the mushroom fur. These mushrooms, they will perform some aesthetic function, but in some times you can cut those mushrooms out and eat it. So we already have our first harvest. When we are cutting the mushrooms, we are getting back to this previous phase. So we are getting back to the mycelium phase again, and the mushrooms keep on growing until we break the cycle. But we're not going to be doing that. After that, when we have grown a decent number of mushrooms, we're getting to the next stage. We're going to get to the next stage, to the stage 4. And this is another moment when we're starting to plant the beans and legumes. So basically, in the same straw with the mycelium, we are planting the beans. We're planting the beans, we're adding a little bit of water. The beans that are also rooted into the mycelium that has been eating on the straw, and they're getting their roots into the mycelium and the straw leftovers, and then become one body, one entity. Then there's beans, for example, the peas that are going to be growing, and in some time they're going to give you again the yield, and you can see that it might be the small microgreens, those microgreens that can be collected in 3 weeks straight away, or you can wait for it a little bit longer and you will have the fully grown plant, and it's going to be the fully grown peas that you can eat. So we'll have the harvest. But what is the most important thing that we need because of this process of the nitrogen fixation? This mycelium and this straw, they become very fertile. So the beans are going to make this fabric. The fabrics of this coat is going to make this fabric fertile for additional plants that we can eat on. And the 5/5, the final cycle, that we can plant whatever we want to our coats. We can plant tomatoes, broccolis, callis, everything that's really that really grows hot because we have already a very fertile mass because of the nitrogen fixation. It means that whatever we're going to plant there is going to provide us with the good results and good harvest. And when it is already grown, then we gather the final harvest, and in the end we have the coat itself, the mycelium coat, that is very wearable and this is the idea that has been a little bit of speculative and ambitious idea. And we know together with Han that in half a year we will not be able to fulfill all of these cycles, all of these stages, but we really wanted to start what is real, what's not. And we knew that by making this is going to raise the questions that are very real for us on how we can use mycelium through and we can use mycelium for the leftovers of the agricultural products, how we can use mushrooms when utilizing the leftovers of the agriculture. So this is something that Han is working on together with his students, together with his PhDs researchers. So this project has been, and the experiments in framework of this project has provided some of the answers to his questions as well. Speaking on future and our everyday rituals, so that was very interesting for us to learn how our everyday environment, our domestic environment will change. If we, for example, will say that we're growing clothes, then what it is, it's not kitchen anymore. You know, kitchen becomes something as together with a wardrobe, with more like a closest cabinet, and the process of preparing food is becoming the process of growing and making your clothes. So we're changing our relations to the space and changing our behaviors and our routines with this kind of approach. And the very same thing, getting back to the issue of fashion, the value is changing as well. The older the item is, in our case, then the most value it is, the more second-hand it is, the more cycles of usage it's been through, then the higher the price would be, the higher the value be. That was our pitch, and we were really lucky to have another grant with Han to create this project and implement this project. And this is how we started this full journey, because even how theoretical this project might sound, then in order to implement this project and get it into life, I really needed to go to the lab. The mushrooms that we have chosen, the type of mushroom that we have chosen is called the Schizophyllum communa. So this is a very small mushroom. You know, its fruiting body is varied from 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter, and usually, and in different configuration, these mushrooms can be found in most of the countries all over the world and in all of their locations all over the world. So how can you identify this mushroom? It usually it really grows not really deep into the forest, so it usually lives near people, near populated areas. It also grows on the cut down trees, not on the living trees, but on the cut down trees, on the trees leftovers. And the most important characteristics of this mushroom is that if you will see that, I don't even know how to say that, if you will see this goose, then well, they basically, you know, that those are those things that, you know, those things that's coming from the center to the edge of it, then you will see they are divided in this. This is just the Schizophyllum does. This is the only way how you can identify these mushrooms. But even though I was actually never found it in Ukraine, because basically I have found a lot of mushrooms that look alike, but I have never managed to find these very mushrooms in Ukraine. So this is what it looks like on the tree. That's a very, very small one. You can see that. And what is very interesting, what was very surprising for me for this type of the mushrooms is that just imagine that it has 20,000 edges. So we used to say that we only have saxes, so we only have saxes, like we people usually have, like traditionally, they have this two physical sexes, just female and male, and this mushroom has 20,000 sexes. So a child can be born in a combination of two of any of those sexes combined. So, 20,000 sexes can make children together. So this is a surprising fact for you to know from nature. When you know that, you take a different point of view on what the people think of their sexes as well. But the lab was an inseparable part of implementation of this project, because in order to work with mushrooms, you have to have the sterile conditions. That was something that was really surprising for me, because when you see them in their natural habitat, you believe there's no sterile conditions there. But if you're trying to recreate whatever is happening in the nature working with mushrooms, there's no way how you can do that without the sterile conditions. So, for example, this is the safety cabinet here. So if you're planting the mycelium, then you have to, so if there is just one single microbe that gets into your mycelium, that there's no chances this mycelium to survive. So basically, it's all very fragile. Dasha, I'm really sorry for interrupting your territory, because it's just that we have very, very, very few minutes left. And we really have to wrap up already. So I just wanted to inform you that we really need to get to the end of your presentation already for my, okay, so in a really in no time, that was just the documentation of what we have been doing in the lab. We have been using many different basics, many different foundations, so the food from what this mycelium could have been feeding on. We have performed a lot of different combinations of what kind of legumes could be working with that, and the reality was that, so what we have got to right now, we're not using the straws, we're now using hemp, and this is basically not just like the hemp fur, but this is basically the hemp fabrics. That is the industrial fabrics that has been done from the hemp make all leftovers. We're using the plastics pattern. We are given the micelles on this plastic garment, then we grow the mushroom, and now we have the hemp that has been improved and enforced by mycelium. So this hemp that is very unsustainable, then it becomes this good material that is being held on and stitched together by myceliums. Then on the second phase, we're planting the mycelium already, and here already we have this overcoat that can be worn because it's already fortified, it's already filled in with mycelium fully. On the third cycle, we have the mushrooms growing out of this mycelium, and these 4 cycles we're collecting, gathering this mushrooms, and we're already starting to plant the beans. And in this case, these beans with the mycelium, they're making this coat fertile for other plants. After that, whatever you want can be planted to this. So this is the final cycle that we've had. We're using amaranth and the Brussels sprouts that only starts to grows in this fifth circles. Right now you can see that project is being broadcasted in the Mu gallery. Right now you cannot see that, but until the 9th of May, if the people are going to be in Netherlands, so you can come and visit and watch this project at that stage that is currently on. And the work on this project is continuous. So right now we're still working on this project, and we're now creating the main composite between mycelium and hemp that will become and might become the real further on material for the fabrics. Moreover, we have started the collaboration with the Blue City, the organization in Rotterdam, and we're starting to work on the project with food production, with using the leftovers, the food leftovers, using the leftovers of the tomato growing industries, how we can utilize it, how we can recycle the leftovers of their industry too, to use it with mycelium. And I would like to wrap up with just recommend you with these books. I'm recommending to everyone. Those are the two books. They are very abstract in the metaphorical form. They are giving you the idea of this coexistence with non-humans. There's one book which is called The Matters of Care, and this Matters of Care, that's something that is bigger than human, and the other book is the mushroom at the end of the world, where through one species of mushroom, a very interesting story is told about our capitalist society and the new ways of what can be done further on, and how we can live in a more ethical and sustainable way, understanding that we're not the only people, we're not only at the planet, we're not solely owning the planet. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking a lot of time. Thank you.
Design process is so interesting, and there was so many attention in this presentation paid to the design of the process that you can see that the process can be even more important than the result itself. It is giving you that many insights, and we're also involved in that. The design of the process is so important for you, right?
Right, you are.
Говорят про невероятную
So
историю.
everybody who is writing here, they're speaking about the wonderful work which you have, and they would like to have such clothes at their places. Lots of successes and new discoveries among the wishes for you. They will follow your work.
And I wanted to add up and wanted to wrap up this very brief discussion. I just wanted to add up by saying how important this practice of the speculative design is. In your example of your projects, it's very important to show how starting with an idea, with a manifesto, with an artistic idea, how you end up with the development of the new material, of the new project, and it might cause some more changes to happen, and it will bring us something more engaging. So we wish you all the best, all of the successes. We're really happy that you are currently working in this very interesting and developing sphere. We can see how interested you are to work with that. It can only inspire all of us, and I do hope that it inspired all of our participants as well. And I do hope that we will not going to be living in our box, but we do hope that all of us will find this approach to get out of the box and to think out of the box. And when we're going to be getting out of our own limits, out of our own stereotypical thinking, and started to think more creative.
Дуже сильно допомогло мені якось.
Yes, that's right. I don't know what kind of offers I can give you. What really helped me moving on is trying to be not very serious about yourself, because we all know about the sustainable challenges, but you have to start play a little bit. You have to start doing something, not trying to save everyone, but start to do something that comes from the inside of you, maybe something playful, and it will guide you through that. If you're listening to yourself, hearing yourself, then it will definitely get you to the sustainable ideas and the right ideas.
Yes, this is the best recommendation. Try to do that, begin to do that, and it will be taken there to the sustainable design.
And listen to your heart. Listen to your heart. So, Dasha, thank you very much. We do hope that we will see you very soon, that we will see you offline very soon. And we wish you all the best and all of the successes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
And we can conclude and say a couple of final words, if you don't mind. I will tell them now. We do believe that design is a powerful, productive means which can help all of us to create a better life and the cleaner future. And we should begin with the problems, of course, with the formulation of the question how and what and where. So you should ask more questions, and we with Tatiana and Priyasop will try to find answers. We'll try to involve European and Ukrainian and any other speakers which could help us to find those answers. So see you soon.
За підтримку нашого
And we're
проекту.
really grateful for the support for our project that has been granted by the European Union in the framework of the EU for Business initiative, and we're really grateful for the support of the EBRD. Thank you very much. See you soon.